Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's special Valentine's Day episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around and play Dungeons & Dragons and invite you to spend it with us. So thank you for joining us on this Thursday. For those of you that are watching it with your loved one, thank you here for spending it with our loved ones. And those of you who are spending it with us as your date, well, we'll see how the night continues.
We're about to romance the shit out of you.
Damn right.
Hopefully we're on TVs at like Chili's and Applebee's all across the country.
I mean, that's the goal in general, I think, yeah. Anyway, before we get started for tonight's episode, we have some quick announcements to get through. First and foremost, our fantastic returning sponsor and friend of the show since the beginning of this campaign, D&D Beyond. Sam.
Guys, it's Valentine's Day, and romance is in the air. For me, there's no one I love more than myself. But a close second is our good friends at D&D Beyond. They're the real target of Cupid's arrow, and so I've written them a Valentine's Day poem that I hope will set the mood for all of you young lovebirds out there. Guys, hit the music. Mi amor, your fiery interface makes a player weep. It's why I advertise my love for you every week. You know me deep down, your perception isn't passive. When you're near, my heart is throbbing and massive. Your stats are maxed out. Chica, you have it all. Everything on you is a 20, and it's always natural. Tonight, let's roll a 6 and 9 near the stars above. I know one skill you're proficient at. Making love. Your burning hands, your shocking grasp, foreplay. I must hold my action or I might color spray. But do not worry, I'll expeditiously retreat to the bathroom. Pop a little blue goodberry. Regenerate for round 2. No need to be stealthy, you always get me screaming. Your finger of death makes me cry out. Nope, can't say that while we're streaming. I will click open your app. Pour a glass of Zinfandel, because there's no save that can block your spell. Tonight, you're Renee Zellweger, and I'm Colin Firth. You control my tiny servant. Did we just move Earth? Ours is a passion that can never be unzipped. It's as eternal as your sweet, sweet sponsorship. You make my soul feel lawful good, it's true, and tonight, I want to roll my dice all over you. One more. We ran out of music. One more stanza. On your iPad, please keep my heart, stats, and treasure. And D&D Beyond, I promise, I'll subscribe to you forever.
So pregnant right now.
But also they wanted me to say that they have a new Discord server where the community can gather to talk about things, all things Dungeons and Dragons. Check it out at dndbeyond.com/Discord.
Discord. Thank you very much, Samuel. Wow, there are a number of spells I will never be able to think of the right way again.
Yeah.
I cast
Colors spray.
Rainbow.
Yeah. So thank you, Sam, and thank you, D&D Beyond. As a heads up, our next episode Between the Sheets, featuring our friend, artist, producer, and guest in the last campaign of Critical Role, Noelle Stevenson. She's incredible just as a person and as a talent, and we're super excited to have her. Her episode is next Monday at 7 p.m. Pacific here at twitch.tv/Critical Role. So look for that on Monday.
Her interview is so good.
It's
So good.
She's so wonderful.
yeah. Harp
She's
music,
great.
other harp music, yeah, competing harp music. Also, as a reminder, we'll be heading out to Seattle next month for Emerald City Comic Con. Super stoked for that. Tickets for autographs and photo ops are still available. You can go to our website, critroll.com/events for all the details on how to get that rolling.
Love
Also,
Seattle.
Sam's gonna be on Pub Draw.
Apparently,
Next
apparently,
week.
there's a show on our channel called Pub Draw.
Such a dick.
You're gonna go and
asshole.
you are gonna draw?
I know.
I'm gonna be taught how to
seen
draw
your work before.
and simultaneously, I'll watch the show for the first time.
I don't know if it's
I feel
smart.
sorry for Babs. I'll have to work with that.
Do we test her with someone like Sam already? We don't want to warm her up with someone a little better.
Well, she managed Laura in avoiding drawing penises.
I only
Boy.
drew 2 penises.
It was pretty good.
Okay, I
Yeah.
remember Sam's campaign 1 contributions, and boy,
Not that hard.
there's something.
Yeah. Simple geometry.
Perfect. Well, I'm looking forward to that. Laura, do you have some merch updates you want to talk
Yes.
Oh, well,
Yes.
you know, our amazing art prints and stuff that are in the store, like right now, they're pre-order. They're still there for pre-order. And they're going to be there until next week. I think at, 11:59 p.m. on February 21st. Pacific time.
So ominous.
That got
So you got a whole other week
Ground.
to put that order in, and you can get to them on our shop.
These are unsigned posters. These are signed posters.
Yes, we have both versions available. They're beautiful.
They really are amazing.
Shop.kurtwell.com or shop.kurtwell.co.uk if you are
If you feel
across the
nasty.
pond. And also, there's also like t-shirts and stuff. They were kind of restocked, so some other stuff might be in the store right now. Yay!
Brilliant. Well, thank you, Laura.
God, I am so bad at announcements.
I disagree.
I really enjoy it.
It is adorable.
Real pretty.
Thanks, guys.
No worries. Before we jump into, I've gotten a little crafty on my free time recently. My little bursts. I've shown a few of you, but because keeping track of potions is always a pain in the ass. I told you about this, yeah. And I've seen some people have tweeted out different variations they've done for like physical healing potions. So I went and got some red resin.
I love it
And I made some
when he gets
healing
crafty.
potions with red D20, with D4s in there. When we're doing the intro, I'll go ahead and pass these out to you guys. I made in here. I got some greater healing potions and just regular healing potions.
Any greater, right? Or just regular?
Not
I
yet.
have a potion of healing.
Yeah.
I'm
We'll
not
figure
sure.
it
I might
out.
have a grader. I'm not sure.
Figure out and I'll distribute
want 'em all.
these. But yeah, I figured that's all we have to say at the moment. That being the case, let's go ahead and jump into tonight's episode of Critical Role.
How do you play the
The adventure begins. They were always beside you, your nerdy best friends, and the DM to guide you. And they rise from the flames for the battles ahead. Villains beware, 'cause you're about to be dead. They got magic and flair. They got falchions and cunning. They don't see over there. There's a monster incoming. Inspiration is waiting. Rise up, don't think twice. Put your fate in your hands. Take a chance, roll the dice. Can you answer the call? Digging deep in your soul as the legend unfolds. Now it's your turn to roll.
Welcome back. So, last we left off, the Mighty Nine had discovered that an important individual in the past history of Not the Brave, the husband from a previous life, it seems, had gotten wrapped up in some of the chaos and the conflict between the Empire and the Kryn dynasty. There was an attack on Felderwin in the Tillage, and it seems that this individual was taken eastward towards Xhorhas. You managed to find the collapsed tunnel that they had used to surprise Felderwin tunneled your way through that barrier and then continued to follow this pathway back eastward to pursue where they may have taken him. While you've gone through, skirting the top of the Underdark of Wildmount, you managed to come in contact and save yourself from a battle with a couple of ropers amongst the caverns below. You found yourself suddenly in the center of a network of kobold tunnels, and in doing so, talked your way out of a possible conflict. Made a new friend and an ally named Spurt, who was a nice and excitable inventor who wanted to show you the way through the tunnels. Here, towards the end of his life, it seemed.
11 days!
Lived up to his name.
And found that the tunnels seemed to intersect with some sort of an underground fire giant citadel beneath the Ashkeeper Peaks, of which Spurt rushed out, attacked one of the bees, telling it, "You die!" and then got smashed immediately by a hammer. No longer having to worry about Spurt's well-being, you then focused on yours in seeing that this open courtyard on the outside, kind of the outskirts of this citadel, an open chamber with a river of magma running through it and a bridge where two giant fire giants were watching. You all hatched a plan to get past without being noticed, which almost worked out perfectly, except for one fateful, terrible stealth roll. In the chaos, the bridge was destroyed, Nott was knocked out of invisibility, had fallen into the lava, caught fire, and was dying. Beauregard reaching into the flames and pulling Nott's body from the fire. You managed to rush out of the chamber, you closing the door behind and sealing it with the stone, and in this one moment, as you begin to rush down this small hallway, hearing the slamming of the hammer behind you, trying to break its way into the tunnel where you've all escaped, you continue charging into the darkness ahead.
So happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day, guys.
Metaphor.
So Mighty Nine. As you, Beauregard, are clutching the now conscious, though very burned Nott in your arms, you guys are starting to hear the aggressive slams of the fire giants dissipate behind you. Eventually you hear the stone break, but based on the size of the chamber, there's a little chance they'll be able to come after you at the speed that you're traveling. So about an hour of travel, you take a moment to kind of catch your breath or so. What would you like to do?
Well, it's tend to you. Start to pat you.
Pat me.
Burns.
Pat my burns.
What do we do? You two, this doesn't do anything.
No, he's right.
How are you feeling?
Whenever there's a severe burn, you pat the wound. You smack
You
it.
smack it.
You take your bare hand and place it on the wound.
I pour
I
this.
do. I have here. I'm going to.
We don't. Why would save
Your
that potion?
filthy hand. Place it on my exposed
Why are you going
skin.
to use that right away? I know it's really cool looking, but seriously, I have spells.
What, you mean this thing?
Yeah, don't use that. Don't use that just yet. Here, I'm gonna get.
You know
I'm gonna
nobody's
cast.
doing anything, so
I'm
maybe.
casting Cure Wounds. I'm gonna see if I have it at second level. I do. I'm gonna cast it at second level.
You're doing okay though, right?
I'm alive.
What are you at? Well,
Point of order, DM.
You healed
I
us.
did.
In the
but
last
it was a-
game,
it was a
because
good-
I forget things, I thought I had 3 level 4 spells, but I only had 2, and I cast 3 times. So what I'd like to do is just burn my 3rd level slots entirely for whatever happens.
Sure, there you go.
What time is it right now? When is it time to sleep?
Self-flagellation.
Whenever we want to, we're underground.
Well, I mean,
13 points of healing.
what I'm saying is are we starting to get tired or not?
I think we would all appreciate a rest of any variety after those.
Oh, I shouldn't have used my healing then. If we're just gonna rest, that's stupid. I'm so dumb.
Well, it
you
helped
never know what
me.
we're gonna find,
So
yeah.
thank you.
We haven't put up a dome or nothing.
I would have thought we would have kept going.
Yeah.
What-
We should keep going.
For a little while. Howard, let's pull one more healing. Why don't we? Anybody else hurting?
How are you, Ford? You got hit too, didn't you?
Yeah, I think I got bit by a cow actually.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. I could use a little loving.
Was it a bad bite?
Let me see what I got.
The fucking teeth, man. Yeah, cows are shitty. All they do is chew all day. man.
Flat, but that's flat teeth
Yeah,
for
but the
grinding.
pressure, right? That is a big skull. If you think about it, per square inch, it's a motherfucker. I mean, yeah.
If we've got a second, I can cast Prayer of Healing and do a little bit of.
I don't know if I have that one prepared.
So
Oh no, it's cool. Yeah, just heal. No, it's fine.
I'll do prayer. If we have 10 minutes, if we're gonna
Yes.
like take a quick breather, I'll cast Prayer of Healing. So.
Okay, just go ahead and roll prepare of healing.
Yeah, where am I? Here we are. That's
Just cow bit. No big deal.
Just a little cow bite. I mean, we've all been bitten by cows before, haven't we?
Really cool
16.
bruise.
That's 16.
Are you poking?
16 hit points to whoever wants it.
Hey, I'll take
60.
that.
16 to anybody.
I'll
16.
take it.
16.
All right.
Almost
Boosh.
there, almost.
Up to full.
Thank you.
Good.
Deucey.
Good job, Caduceus.
No problem.
So we're pushing on. We're not going back to explore the Black Citadel of mystery and darkness.
I don't know how we would get over there with all the giants and stuff.
That seemed pretty far, but it was interesting.
Hey, Caleb. Do you have any extra arm wraps? Seems mine evaporated in the lava.
Not the braces, though, are good, yeah?
No, bracers are good. They're a little janky on my wrists now, though.
I do, actually.
Wraps are kind of padding them out.
I have enough for three sets of arms.
Are they clean?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Let's smell them first.
How long have we known each other for?
They smell all right.
Yeah, a while.
Do I still smell?
No,
Caleb.
but you know, things that are on your hands for a while, if they're real tight and stuff, they can smell.
Yeah, it smells like vinegar after a bit.
Yeah. It has
Those
like a
were in
weird.
my bag.
Balsamic.
Oh, well, that's good then.
Balsamic.
I just go and smell Caleb's hands.
Make a Constitution saving throw. No.
It's just the tongue.
No.
19
Oh,
plus
you're
whatever.
fine.
So
You-
that's
you-
great.
These are on fire on a regular basis.
Yeah, right. It should be fucking
smell really
tearing
good.
it free.
Actually, it's,
nice,
it's like a hint of
actually.
mesquite.
Yeah,
It's,
kind of like a campfire. I like it.
Oh, you.
Does the tunnel that we're in now that we're on the other side of this shit show, appear the same as it did the previous version?
It does. It's which at this moment it's still really warm. Like as, from the running, the activity, and just the general heat of the surrounding rock. And now knowing kind of the volcanic activity that kind of runs parallel, or at least in the vicinity of these chambers, you're all sweating pretty profusely, and it's uncomfortable. But the tunnel itself still continues onward, the same kind of 10-foot diameter cylindrical tube. You can see there are still occasional bits of broken obsidian and other types of porous volcanic rock that are broken and were torn through as part of the burrowing of this worm entity. And you can see still some of the tracks of the various Kreen soldiers following behind it. So you're on the right track still.
Good to push on until our wizard tells us what time it is. Sleep.
Sure.
What time is it? Did you already check? Think. What time is it?
I don't remember. Reality was 2 weeks ago.
I would say at this moment, mid-afternoon.
Hey, she asked, man.
I know. Oh, I know. It's been 2 weeks for me too.
Would you say it's 4:20-ish?
Sure.
Great.
Nice.
Nice.
Do the tracks on the ground, do they look fresh? Do they look like they've been there for a while? Is it hard to say?
Make an investigation check.
Natural 19 for a 24.
Nice.
Feels like the nerdiest I've ever heard you sound while saying a number.
Natural 19.
They seem to be a little over a week or so. There isn't a lot of weather that transpires. There's not a lot of wind or things that can, brush aside or eventually cast away these tracks. So it's hard to really tell the specifics. But based on the travel, the speed that they seem to be going, and how long ago this transpired, you gather they're probably a little over a week old.
Okay.
Nice. No flash floods down here. We push on.
No.
I start here.
Yes.
All right. Continuing on for the next few hours, who's holding front watch? Are we keeping with the same order as last time?
I'll watch.
I will too.
Yeah, me and you, not.
All right. I
Okay.
Our keen eyes will see everything.
I'll keep him towards the back. Keep an eye on what's behind us.
Okay. I'd like you both to make
Valentine's Day.
perception checks, please.
Being had his head cut off. Thank Valentine's Day,
16.
open shit.
21.
Very nice. Okay. Traversing for the next few hours, the tunnel begins to slowly come to an incline. For as much as it's been steadily delving, it's slowly beginning to curve in an upward fashion. The temperature begins to subside a bit. The warmth begins to become a little more comfortable by comparison. A few more hours of travel, and eventually you find yourselves getting a bit tired. The exhaustion of the day's activities and the perpetual travel through this tunnel beginning to catch up to you. You can continue to press on if you'd like, or you could attempt to bed down for the night.
I think we should bed down.
Okay. Another healing spell before we go to sleep, just to top everybody as close off as possible.
I can send another message to Yez if you want me to.
Didn't you do that once today already?
I can do it again.
Okay. But last time, didn't he say that he was in a place where he couldn't talk?
Yeah, but maybe he's moved. You know, we've been traveling for like 8 or 10 hours or something.
Okay.
Caleb would know, but something long.
Also, you could ask with like yes or no questions and have him cough or
Oh, yes. Cough
sneeze.
once for yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's real. Okay. What should I ask? Cough. I'll say cough once for yes, cough twice for no. That's already so many words, though.
Are you moving, I guess? Would be are you still in the same place?
Any landmarks, maybe?
No, that's not
I
a
don't think
cough
you can.
question.
I don't think there's a yes or a.
Yes, there are landmarks.
Have they-
Describe
are
them
they,
in coughs.
Are they moving? Are they moving you? Cough once for yes, twice for no.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try that. This is weird.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast sending.
Oh,
What?
or just speak if you can speak.
Right.
25
well, I
hit
figure he'll
points.
do that.
He'll do
if he
that.
can.
He'll
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
do
yeah.
that. Okay.
25 hit points to anybody who
amazing.
wants it.
All the way up.
Sweet.
That's beautiful. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to cast sending.
All right. What do you? And you're sending it to
Yes, sir.
Yeza. Okay.
Hi. Cough once for yes, twice for no. Are they moving you? Are you safe?
2 questions. Oh no! No!
Wait, if he coughs twice, is that 2 yeses?
No!
What if he coughs like 3 times?
What if he coughs 5
Is the first one a yes or the last one a yes?
The panic. You fixed it with a second question. You should have just said it.
Well, I mean, you have to use the whole message, I guess.
Use all the words.
Otherwise,
Bastard's
it's
like-
waste.
I don't know.
So there's a long pause. You can almost hear Yeza going.
Oh god. Oh.
Was it 1 yes or 2 yes?
Jesus, it's
I don't
only your
know.
husband.
1, 2, 3. Is 2
So
yes?
they're not moving him.
Okay, okay.
And I asked, what was the second question?
Are you safe?
And he said yes.
That's right.
They're not moving him, and he's safe.
That's good. This is the best it could have possibly gone.
Totally. I
Was
can send
that once for yes?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Twice
once
for
for
no?
yes, twice for no. 2 times he said he's not moving. 1 time he said that he's safe.
Was it are they moving you or did you move?
I said, are they moving?
Okay. I don't remember.
Okay. I can do it one more time. I can send him another message.
Okay.
What should I ask him?
I don't know. Well, because he doesn't know where he is.
Right.
Maybe if if he's surrounded by a bunch of people. Like, are we walking into an ambush?
Watching you.
I was watching
Yeah.
you. That's really good. Okay.
Or like cough for how many people are watching you, maybe, or
That's really smart.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna send it again.
Amazing. Okay.
oh wow.
So good.
Just remember, you can cut it short. You don't have to fill all 25 words.
I think you have to say it all, or else the spell doesn't work.
She is a magic user.
I know these things.
I'm the only one. It's okay.
Do you cast sending? Did you want to send a message to Yeza?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Can you do it?
Yeah, you want me to do it?
Yeah.
All right. Yeza, cough for the number of people that are around you. You can reply to this message. Nobody's there.
You're a dick.
What?
I don't believe him.
Really?
I'm gonna cast sending.
Okay.
Just ask if Ford was bullshitting or not.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to say. Don't say that? Okay. No. Hi again. Hey, can you call for how many people are watching you? That's all.
This is just her signing off.
You know, Ford's got a good point. Anyone who has sending.
Three people are watching him.
Three people.
We can kill 3 people, that's fine.
Sure. Yes.
What?
Depends on who the 3 people are, but yeah.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, it's like 3 more fire giants. Fuck, we in trouble.
Yeah, that
Like
did happen,
3
didn't it?
wizards.
Let's think optimistically, since it's the love of my life, and think that it's someone that we can defeat.
It's probably like 3 lazy
Yeah.
guards.
Thank you.
Watching like prisoners that they think are not going to be able to escape.
Underfed, underpaid, lazy, irresponsible, right? I mean, they get the shit duty, right? I mean, like,
Well,
don't
okay.
trust them with protecting, anyone.
No, well, my husband's actually pretty important, so I wouldn't. I mean,
Didn't you say he's not a fighter, though? So probably, like, not a
I
very
think I would put
violent.
someone on him who's pretty capable. I mean, he's a very smart man, and even though he's not a fighter, let's say they're mid-level, all right?
Yeah.
Mid to high.
Sure.
Yeah,
I was just
but we
trying
can
to.
definitely.
Takeable.
Yeah, we're
Takeable,
way stronger.
but
than
not
them.
so low that
Talk
it's
for a
an
while. I'm
insult.
going to put up the dome.
Okay.
Are we bribing these people? Is that the on the take?
Yeah.
Sure.
Or we're
Can we-
killing
I mean,
them.
like, we
We're
can-
probably going to kill them.
Oh
All
well.
options are on the table.
Kill them.
All right. So you guys are setting up a campsite here, utilizing your dome as well.
What does the surrounding passage look like where we are? Is it rough hewn?
It's the same burrowed pathway you've been following most of this journey. Yeah, you at this point you've been following almost exclusively the burrowed trail of this worm creature as it's tore through the subterranean portion of the Ashkeeper Peaks. But where you are right now, the amounts of volcanic rock seems to have dwindled as the tunnel begins to curve itself in an upward incline.
Do we want to do the same little trick, you and I?
Yeah, we can. Let me take a look at that. I have that somewhere. Yeah, I can do that.
So you dig a little bit to the side, and I will throw up the dome.
I'll make a little bit of room. Use it to cover us.
Okay. You guys all curl up for the evening's rest, exhausted, sweaty, and looking forward to a number of hours where you don't have your mind bent on whatever dark space you've thrust yourself into this past week. Yes?
I will also spend an hour bringing my cat back.
Okay. You go ahead and bring Frumpkin back. Does anyone want to keep watch, or are you all feeling pretty comfy to sleep within the
I
dome?
will take first watch.
Alrighty. So while the rest of you are resting, Ford, go ahead and make a perception check for me, please.
12.
Okay. As the evening progresses, whether it be the proximity to the subterranean region of this mountain, or the fact that you are rising up from the portions of the tunnel that seem to skirt the Underdark, nothing seems to find its way to you. That's a bother. Uneventful evening for the watch that you take. Anybody take a second watch?
I'll take second watch.
I will stay up as well.
All right. The two of you go and make perception checks while Ford goes ahead and finishes out the evening's rest.
22.
Ooh,
10.
very nice. As the evening progresses, you're confident in the lull of activity this tunnel seems to bring. You do catch looks to be some sort of a shift of movement or a shift in texture along the roof of this tunnel. And as you look up, you can see there's some sort of a creature larger than most of you that kind of takes up the upper half of this tunnel. Heavy, dark shell, almost turtle-like, but you see these extended arms that end in these hooks. As it kind of crawls its way across the ceiling, its shell almost scrapes the top of the dome.
Oh my gosh.
As-
I'm drawing in the sketchbook.
Okay. It doesn't seem to pay any mind to the dome, and just continues scrambling past and further down the tunnel.
You saw something that looked like that?
Yeah. This was crossed right overhead of us.
I don't like that.
Have you ever seen anything like that before? I draw googly eyes on it.
That makes it a little more palatable.
Yeah, it's not as scary anymore, huh?
Kind of cute now. Yeah.
Are you awake?
Oh wait, no. I thought this was morning.
Both talking in her sleep.
Yeah. I use thaumaturgy to make it sound like the nice sound of rainfall, so that Bo will be able to go back to sleep.
Generator. That's so nice.
Lovely.
Now that's a good use of a cantrip.
Noise machine.
Other than that, the evening's uneventful. But you did watch this hooked arm-like beaked creature crawl its way past you and make its way deeper in towards the mountain base.
I don't really think that you're stinky. Just so you know. I mean, I did, but I don't anymore. You don't smell bad. You should know.
Well, you can keep the running gag going if you like.
Only if it, doesn't make you uncomfortable.
No, it made me uncomfortable at first, but now I know you pretty well, so it's fine.
Okay, good.
Plus, it was hot back there, so now these do kind of. I was
I
sweating.
can't
and-
smell like your
In fact,
armpits.
I'm going to there's nothing to hide now, so I will put those away.
All right. The rest of your watch goes without issue. The rest of you come to consciousness and long rest completed, so you can mark that for your characters. Healed and recovered. Continuing your journey.
I'm sorry. I think, because I didn't think we would go right to sleep, so instead of taking out third levels, I'm just going to cross off 1 4th level for the next chunk of time.
Okay.
Why are you doing this?
I used
punish
too many
himself.
powerful spells last game.
So?
Liam likes to punish himself.
We all know this,
How
man.
did you know you did that?
He brings balance to the.
Well, there's this thing called the internet.
They point out things that you
I
do wrong.
understand.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Every now and then.
Just ignore that thing. It's way more fun.
Does anybody want one of these chocolates? They're very good.
Yes, I do. Happy Valentine's Day.
Good catch.
I bet that looked really good on the split screen.
Caught that manly.
She threw it right to bite.
I know, but it was just looked so studly the way you caught it.
Yeah.
UK Sam, need a moment?
I have a little bit of a boner.
Happy Valentine's Day. So, coming to consciousness, gathering yourselves,
Yes.
the journey continues.
Where's the candy?
I don't know what the candy is.
Behind.
What the fuck?
I'm good.
Right? We lost Laura.
Man.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Keep going, Matt. Keep going.
Oh, it's all bad.
that's dangerous.
Do you want some?
No, I'm good.
Dungeons and Dragons.
He's been so
Okay, yeah.
Snacks. Snacks.
Pushing onward.
Just as slick as your husband.
A few more hours pass as the tunnel begins to curve to more and more of a steep incline until you begin to notice the stonework becomes looser. The solid earth that most of this tunnel previously was begins to be broken up with looser rock and elements of the tunnel that were not as stable as they previously were. And eventually you get to a point where you're no longer hiking and walking, you're having to hand over foot climb up. It's almost becoming a vertical tunnel.
Oh, that's not good.
That sucks.
So to continue, I would like the entire party, Yasha included, to make an athletics check, please.
Can Nugget just like blink? And go blink, blink, blink as he climbs? Is that how he can? Or he's probably pretty agile, huh?
He's agile,
Yeah,
but at a certain point, he's going to have to hold on to somebody because it's going to become vertical, and dogs don't really have a good climbing grip.
I wonder if Yasha can climb super well if like.
Let's also maybe tie rope if we're gonna be doing.
From one to the other?
Yeah.
So if one person falls, everybody falls. I
Yeah.
like it.
Thank you. Wait,
We're a team.
is that what happens?
I don't like that idea.
Well,
Yeah, you kind of need to have an anchor point for that to work.
Yasha.
You don't want her to be the anchor point.
I'm going to hook Nugget. I'm going to take my cloak off. I'm going to tuck Sprinkle like into my shirt.
Okay.
And then I'm going to bring my cloak around Nugget and hook it around my shoulder so that he's like a messenger bag on me.
Okay. Yeah. Blink dog messenger bag.
Yeah,
Got
and then
it.
I'm going to climb.
I'll analyze.
All right.
He likes it.
He seems confused, and he likes it. All right. So going across, we have.
Yasha got a 14.
All right.
Ford got an 8.
All right.
10.
10.
Zex for Valentine's.
16.
Oh no. An 8.
An 18.
Okay.
Not good.
I mean, it doesn't go completely vertical, but it goes at a very steep incline. This is like end of the descent type incline, and rocks are, pulling out with your grasp, and you have to catch yourself, and they tumble down. You hear them clatter down behind you into the dark. You begin to look up, and you can see light, a little point of light, in the direction you're beginning to climb. Suddenly, begin to come into view from underneath the curving roof.
It's tiny?
Please don't be a privy.
How?
It's a pooper.
Little peephole.
You're not quite sure the distance of it, so you're not sure the size of it, but you just see a point of light.
Are we going to come out and we're going to be like amongst all of the bad guys?
I don't know, yeah.
Maybe, or maybe it's just a forest. We don't know.
Oh my gosh!
You're leading the charge?
No, I'm just making efforts because it's hard.
I'm probably. I'll take the front with somebody.
Yeah, Yasha and
Yasha
Caduceus
and I will do
will
it.
Okay, cool. Who's after them?
I will go right behind them.
Okay, so everyone behind Caleb. Caleb, making your way up. The wraps. Have you rewrapped yourself?
No.
Yeah,
Nothing
and
to hide
and, and which is unfortunate because the texture does add to a bit of the grip that you're used to having in such circumstances, combined with just the general sweat and the exertion. Being not the most athletic member of the group, you reach forward and grab a stone that just dislodges, and you drop it and reach out for another one. That one dislodges too, and you reach out and grab the side, and your fingers just hit loose gravel, and you scrape back, and the rest of you behind look up and watch Caleb go, "Whoa," and begin to fall in your direction.
Free fall?
Can I try to catch him?
He's unfortunately you're a little bit too farther away.
Is it-
You and Caduceus are up ahead
Oh
of
no,
him.
I was not ahead. I was behind Caleb. It was Yasha
Yes,
and.
Oh, that's right,
Caduceus.
Yasha. Sorry. Then you know what? Yes, I'll let you try that.
Okay.
Go ahead and make a make a strength check to try and grab and hold on.
But can I ask? Oh, to catch me from not even falling at all?
From like catch you from falling.
Yeah. What the hell is that?
It's a cocked 20.
It's a cocked 20.
It's cocked.
Roll again.
Cocked Valentine's.
12.
12. You manage to catch Caleb by the scruff of the coat and pull back. Your hand begins to come loose, and you
Nugget likes him.
kind of reach out and grab on another piece of stone, and you feel your fingernails kind of grind and snap, but you just barely manage to hold on. Somebody's gonna have to support, or they're both gonna go down here. So below them, who's gonna go ahead and
Yeah,
help?
I'll reach out and try and help.
I'll make an arm brace with Ford on the other side.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Try and like,
Clothesline.
yeah, clothesline.
Okay. You take a moment to right yourselves and get back into a steady position, eventually getting Caleb back on the trail.
Right next to me.
You continue, but the DC is jumping with each pass now, especially as the exhaustion kicks in. So continuing the path, I'd like everyone to make another athletics check, please.
Oh god. Kryptonite. Nope.
Better.
Yasha rolled a 20.
Okay.
Ford rolled a 17.
Okay.
19.
Okay.
10.
Okay.
13?
8.
13.
Okay. You.
Everyone.
Yeah. No. The DC went up to a 12.
Oh, so just me and you.
So 2 failures, but still most successes. So you continue up, and the light gets brighter and closer. The color is it's hard to make out a color because it looks just like white, but it's not super bright. But it would be like a dull daylight, and you get the sense that this may indeed be an approaching exit. I would like 1/3 and final group athletics check.
I have a question.
Please. Yes.
If on the wall, if we were to look down, about how far down would we fall if we were to fall at this point? If we had to guess.
How far does your dark vision go?
60 feet.
Okay. Well, it just goes past your 60 feet. Tumbling down, it's not a complete fall. It's not.
like
It's
that.
it would be a Homer
a suck.
Simpson down the side of the
As you
cliff.
wish.
Yeah, basically. It would
With stone and obsidian. And
yeah,
shit.
it would be
You get messed.
a few hundred feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Let's roll this shit.
So let's go ahead and roll your final group athletics check. Try and-
Danced on 19 and I went to 3.
God damn it.
Oh no.
all right. So
Yasha rolled a 25.
Great.
Ford rolled a 5.
okay.
22.
Okay. All right.
20.
Okay.
20.
Okay.
10.
You guys just pulled off more successes than failures on that. Okay. There were some shaky moments where a few of the party begin to bow back from the wall, and you hear the beginnings of the from different people, and the rest of you who are sure in this climb kind of reach out to support and push them. And so it's a slow climb. It takes a while, and once again, the temperature is colder now, like the more so than just the general underground feel. And there's a bit of air starting to catch to you as the opening begins to approach you 100 feet, 50 feet, 30 feet. And it's causing the sweat on your brow to feel really cold and freezing against your skin until eventually, as you're near the front, as is Yasha, what would you guys like to do as you approach the exit?
I cast Pass Without a Trace as we get close.
Okay.
I'm very carefully going to scan the surroundings, listen for any noise. I'm going to just slowly make my way up.
Okay.
I will also look for any marks of like climbing devices, ropes, anything man-made or not man-made, but just not natural near the top of this opening.
All right.
Yasha will.
Okay. You do see what looks to be two semi-rusted, I won't say not terribly rusted, but just like the very beginning stages of rust, iron pythons that are kind of driven into the tops of this. Sure. And you can see what looks to be a portion of rope that was tied to it that has since been severed, and there's just some dangling threads at the edge of that.
We can use that. I'm not going to do Yasha.
No.
It's fine. I don't know. I'm starting to be me and her. Then,
If Caduceus is listening intently, he is just barely hearing Caleb mouth the words to the Featherfall spell like an actor running lines, which he's been doing for the last 30 minutes.
Sure.
Are you just listening?
I'm slowly creeping up and listening and just taking in everything.
Okay.
Seeing what
As your eyes adjust and you listen out, you can hear wind hitting bits of sand and dust occasionally. The temperature is chilled. It is a cloudy sky, a familiar sky. It is the same sky that is in proximity to the Empire. Gray, might rain in the next day or two. As you glance over the edge, you can see you're on this subtle grade. To your left, as you look up, you can see the ominous rising peaks of the Ashkeeper Mountains, the Ashkeeper Peaks themselves. You can see that you are at the base of where the mountains begin to slowly grade into the wastes, which you see to your right. There are dead trees, whether it be they themselves are bereft of life or they've lost their leaves to the season. You're not familiar with this territory to know yet. You can see what looks to be clusters of rock and stone and areas where whatever force created these mountains has caused bits of it to kind of jut outward, causing small cliff faces and stone protrusions that kind of mar the base of the mountain scape here before you. You can see where strange types of roots and small bushes have tried to affix themselves to the edges of these stones and then have dried up as the wastes themselves kind of go through the dark and ashen seasons. Looking beyond that, you can see the open valley below and before you. A dry, cracked badlands with hints of scrub brush and other types of hardy vegetation that has managed to find a life here. Would you roll perception again?
I didn't roll perception.
Oh, sorry, it's just you're taking into scenery.
I was-
now roll a perception
All
check.
right.
Cat up there solo at this one?
Have you sent from
With Yasha.
18.
18. Okay. You do see in the distance in the valley a few shapes far away, far past the mountain range. It looks to be very, very large creatures of some kind just stalking slowly across, far away, like miles away.
Does Yasha recognize them?
Yasha doesn't see this yet.
Okay.
Yasha is just peeking up. Go ahead and roll a perception check for Yasha.
Yeah, I was going to say any other signs of beast nor man, of life or technology.
A natural, a 20.
Really?
Sexy CR dice.
Ooh, him too.
Yasha does look up and see that as well. And, it's probably best to avoid those. They can bear quite a bit of meat, but they're a bit of a tussle.
Well, if you think so. I think, are we safe? Can we bring everybody up?
I mean, it's either that or stay inside.
I've missed this guy. I think we can come up, everybody. Just be careful.
Is there any cover nearby once we poke our head out up there that you can see?
This doesn't seem to be much of a coverage territory.
Okay. Anything in the skies?
You look
Clouds.
up. Yeah, you can see what looks to be a few hawks, maybe birds of prey, but nothing at the moment that catches your attention.
And this never stopped being the worm's path, yeah?
No.
So, are there any signs of where the worm went across this open land?
Did you climb out?
I thought we all.
All right.
Yes.
So you all climb out.
Scott Lilly.
Sure.
All right. Go ahead and make a survival check to see if you can locate the tracks here.
Been rolling real well tonight. 8.
Unfortunately, as opposed to soft dirt, most of the mountainscape here is hard rock and dust, and there doesn't look like there's any sort of sign of tracks or pressure or shifting that would give you an idea of where it went. However, it does look like it gradually kind of rounds out as it exits, and this seems to be pretty easy to gather. This is the exit point. Whatever troop it is that had made this incursion on Felderwind, this was their exit point, and you look around you. This is your house. Welcome to the eastern side and eastern Wynendir.
Welcome to Jurassic Park.
Fuck.
What was that discordian mess? Jeez. We all jumped into different parts of the score.
Talking to Yasha, is this what you're accustomed to from home?
I mean, yes. I'm not from this area specifically, but these are the wastes.
I think you are our guide, all the same.
Well, I will do my best. And she just kind of keeps her weapon at the ready. You can see there are some, 5-10 foot pieces of stone stacks where pieces of the mountain have either come free and come to rest here at the base that offer a little bit of cover from, immediate views of anything in the distance. Since you are keeping such a close eye out there, you do notice that to the north of you, as you emerge looking over the valley, To the west of where you're looking would be the north, or to your left would be north. So where you guys seem to have emerged here, somewhere in this area, you've come out this side of the mountains and looking north way. You can make out shapes of other broken mountainous-like structures. You gather through conversation and the map that you have at your disposal for them to be the Broken Veil Bluffs that surround and encompass the Broken Veil Marsh. There's a valley or gorge between the teeth-like bluffs, and the Ashkeeper Range there's a strange thing visible to you. Amongst the open daylight gray sky, right there in that valley, is pitch night.
That's where Gordronis is.
Do we know that it's enveloped in darkness?
Yes.
Yeah.
Unnatural darkness?
Well,
Yes.
go ahead and make a nature check.
Why this is an intelligence-based thing is beyond me, but here we go. No, that's a 1. I rolled a 2, which means it's a 1.
Okay.
That's weird.
So you have no idea where you are
It's fair.
or what that might be and what direction it could
That's crazy.
What
It
is
was.
That thing.
Didn't we hear that the darkness was expanding?
Gordronis was always dark.
And I feel like we heard that the darkness was expanding somewhere. Like it kept.
be. Yeah, Yasha pipes in and goes, the Gordronis is further east.
Oh, really?
That's not it.
No, this is right on the border of the Empire.
That's promising.
So whatever darkness is creeping farther than the capital?
I suppose.
Oh, shit.
Does it look localized, or does it look like it starts and then it's ever expanding?
It looks localized.
It looks
It's like there's a
localized.
strange sphere of shadow that is encompassing that entire valley in the center of the mountains.
So a dome from our perspective, yeah?
Well, how far away is it?
You don't see like necessarily a dome. What you see is the mountain and the cliffs, and the ground around just goes into shadow. It's a very strange.
A lake of
Like somebody
darkness.
erased this.
Yeah, I
the
went
world.
over it with a marker.
Whoa.
Too.
That's crazy.
How many days walk is it from here, you think?
From there, you'd probably guess it's somewhere. Let me see here. From where you emerged, probably about 2 days.
2 days.
To the darkness.
Looking at the map,
2 days.
and gather the path of the Ashkeeper Peaks and where the Broken Veil Bluffs are, that gorge, that valley where you see that dark spot,
Right here.
yep, is the Ashgard garrison. And as you begin to focus and look out there, you can see that texture within there that looked like a forest is not, because there are points of light in it. You can just barely see at the very edge of the horizon before you get to that mountain range what you can gather to be tents, structures of some kind.
Does it look like a military front?
It's too far to see, but the last word you had,
Gotta be.
the last word you had was the Ashgard garrison had fallen to the Kryn dynasty and was currently held by them.
And the Jorhassian agent that we tussled with in the sewers was able to make darkness on the spot. So it is a tactic they are
A
able
whole
to
bunch
use.
of them together could make a lot of darkness.
We should get closer.
As you guys are having this conversation,
I love this.
Secrets!
What? How are they secrets already? He didn't do anything. He doesn't deserve this.
Yep.
D&D Beyond has a
Hey.
Discord.
It does. D&D Beyond is great. I love them. But Laura, what are the artists' names who did those beautiful art prints?
They are. Move your mouth, I'll say it.
Okay.
No Scalera.
I'm going
Tino
to
Denicio.
really quickly, just for fun. I'm going to cast blindness.
What?
okay.
Thank you.
Whom?
A guy.
A guy?
Yeah.
What
What's
guy?
the
It's Constitution save 16.
natural 20?
He didn't.
It's
He what? He
natural
saved?
20 on the save, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Did we see what Caduceus was doing?
No.
I was just casting a spell at somebody,
Yep.
so
You guys turn and look over, and a little ways up, maybe 30, 40 feet from where you are, from what looks to be some sort of a cliff-like outcropping, maybe a small 10, 15-foot cliff, what looks to be a gray cloaked and hooded figure that's standing there with one hand up.
One hand up like this, palm out.
Palm out.
Yasha, in your culture, does that mean I'm going to kill you, or please don't kill me?
Yash goes, in my culture, we just kill if need be. There's no pleasantries.
I'm gonna use Misty Step to bamp right to him.
All right.
That's cool.
You peer right in front, and the figure flinches as you do, and just kind of like the hand instinctually goes for what looks to be probably going for a blade inside the cloak, and,
the falchion.
and holds
Who
it
are
there.
you? What do you want?
The figure reaches up and pulls the hood back a bit. You see what looks to be a bald human. Big, bushy, kind of black and gray beard. Face just covered with streaks of mud. Looks to be a well-armored, like leathers, studded leathers figure. Looks to you with these very piercing, like blue-gray eyes. As kind of taking your check and doesn't crumble under it, kind of holds the line and looks back at you and says, "Hey, what's you doing out here? You don't look like soldiers."
We're not. A rescue party.
What you coming to rescue?
A friend. What about you? Lonely place to be up on the side of a mountain all by yourself.
Oh, come, let's get out of the open at least. We're gonna talk.
You have others with you?
I do.
How many?
See, he whistles a little bit, and you see in the surrounding rocks above about 10 other figures with similar gray cloaks all kind of just emerge. You can see many of them with short bows and long bows, arrows knocked but not drawn yet.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
I motion to the rest. Let's go. This way.
Okay.
So he,
Are they nice? Is it nice
Is
people?
it the sand people?
The sand people?
Is it the sand people?
he leads you off to an alcove, maybe 15, 20 feet off from where you guys emerged. There's a stone structure that kind of curls around and gives this slight little pocket where you're, say 60, 70% of you are covered by rock and not immediately visible except for what's immediately in front of you and further down the mountainside. It's a little wide space. And it pulls you in as the rest of the other figures slowly duck back into their hiding spaces. All right, so I'm Colden.
Is that with a C or with a K?
It's with a K.
Got it.
Colden.
I'm the captain of the Muckmen, this small band of scouts and rangers you see here. We're out from Blade Garden.
Oh,
That means something to you?
Blade Garden
that
is
means
right
they're
here.
they're not from Jorhas, is what
Nearby.
it means.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they're on the other side of the...
We scout along the Ash Keepers, one of many troops keeping an eye on enemy movements. You shouldn't be wandering out here in a war zone, you know that, right?
Indeed.
Doesn't have a choice.
We are far, far from home. As I said, we're a rescue party. It's a matter of necessity, I'm afraid.
It's when you're Iskrin, whereabouts are they?
That we don't know.
We think they're in Cordranas.
Or maybe in that dark city over there, maybe?
Ooh, you probably have a better time in Godranis right now.
We're not looking for a Jorharsian party. Did you happen to see any higher echelon looking mage folk come through maybe a week or two ago?
Maybe with a big worm?
Purple worm, real big.
We've seen a worm move through about a week and a half ago. Went far east, straight across the plain.
Towards that dark place?
Or
No, that's northward.
Oh.
This went eastward.
so probably Cordranas, yeah.
Is that towards Cordranas?
As far as I know, that's probably where it was headed.
That would be the direction we're supposed to go.
What can you tell us of the war?
Well, since the Ashguard was taken about over a month ago, they've been holding it. We've had a few scuffles holding the line. There's been one attempted incursion at the Rockguard garrison. And, it's been kind of quiet. To an uncomfortable degree. After all this most of violence and death, to just be holding the line makes me uncomfortable. Makes you wonder what they're waiting for. So, that's what we've been doing, and a few other troops just keeping an eye, taking a tally on what's being planned.
You know what happened at the other end of this tunnel, or is word not traveled yet?
I have an idea. Was this made by that worm?
Well, yeah.
They dug into a town called Feldwin and they raided it and took prisoners.
I'll see if I can request a few more parties out here looking for this. If this is going to be their way of going past the boundaries of the Empire, that's a bad thing. All right, Mom. Let me go ahead and gather the rest of them up, then. I'll see what we can do. Maybe escort you back into the Empire.
Oh, we're not going back. We're going to pursue the one that we're trying to rescue across the...
Just the 7 of you.
You're welcome to join us.
I'm not stupid, but thanks.
What do you know about the area of darkness over there? Have you gone near it? Near it. Near it.
Far as I know, the Kryn have some sort of a spell that brings a consistent twilight. They tend to move best under the shadow. Sun doesn't really behoove them well. But it's a bit difficult if they're bringing the night with them wherever they go.
Does it move with them, or does that area of darkness stay in one place?
As far as I know, since that darkness went up when they took the garrison, it's been there ever since.
Interesting.
Right, so we just go into the darkness, rid them of, that spell, and we'll be lickety-split out of there, no problem.
We're not going to the garrison, we're going to rescue Yeza.
Yeah, I'm being sarcastic, Chester.
But we will have to deal with this problem further into Xhorhas. Do you have any tips for a bunch of crazy assholes going into the enemy's country?
Stay out of sight. I mean, there's the beastmen. There's all sorts of strange creatures that scour these wastes looking for things that move, things that feed. Don't wander too close into the marshes. And he points down, and you can see now, and you kind of caught this a little bit, but we're on the north side along this range to the left of where you are. There's the bluffs in the Ashguard garrison. To the right, the mountain range curves around miles and miles down and meets with what you can now see to be a large lake. And there's like this darkened bit of land around it that looks to be, it could be a forest, but he points it out to be a marshland. It's as if looking across the river. That's where you're heading up that way. Just be careful. It gets wide at some points, gets a little thinner at others, but it's still crossing a river.
Know if there's anywhere to buy some horses or some such?
I mean, unless you want to go and wander into one of the various Xhorhasian towns and buy off a horse or 3. Good luck.
Everybody got to eat.
Anyway.
The darkened area that we're not going to, what is it called? Does it have is that Ashkar? Is that...
That's the Ashguard.
Okay.
Aye. Well, if you're gonna go off and be fools that side of this land, do you need any supplies?
Yes, of course, yes.
Yes, just give us anything you
give us
have.
for free anything that you
I
have.
love that. That'd be so nice of you.
All right, hold here a second. And he walks out from the alcove and heads out into the space the rest of his monkmen are, and kind of steps up onto this one piece of stone and gives a little whistle to the rest of the troop. And they all kind of stand up, and he looks back to you and beckons for you to start to head over to where they are. At which point you see something just kind of go through the air, something shift real fast, and you watch him double over onto one knee, and you can see what looks to be the edge of an arrow protruding from his chest.
Our guy?
Oh shit!
You see other numerous arrows begin to suddenly pelt the area where they've been congregating. And he immediately looks up in that direction. You don't quite see where they're coming from yet. Looks back to you and goes, "Gods curse them, stay out of sight!"
I cast Cure Wounds on Calden.
Oh, you know, he's a ways away from you guys. He left the alcove and went up on a rock.
Okay, shit. Can we hide?
Are we still by the hole?
You guys are still in the alcove right now, yes.
Okay.
And you hear hitting rocks and smashing against them. You hear bolts and other things.
Can we see where they're coming from?
Make a perception check if you want to go look.
Boy.
Oh, come on!
That was so good, but it's 9.
All right. So, you don't see anything at the moment, partially because you're trying to also keep out of sight. You hear it, Caduceus, at first. This familiar kind of growling gibbering.
More gnolls?
Oh, I hate that.
Maybe something else.
At which point, those of you who are kind of glancing around, you can see beyond them, there are a number of other groups of large stones where occasionally you see jumping up from behind these large humanoid furred gnolls with long bows that are releasing volley after volley towards them. You cannot really see the rest of the muckmen or the state that things are in right now, but they're returning fire left and right. Are you guys staying put and staying out of sight? You don't seem to have caught their attention.
No, we're fucking engaging these fucking things.
We don't even know which direction they're coming from.
Or how many there are.
Can we see where they're coming from, or do we have any sense of where these, how far away they are?
You've seen a few of them around what looks to be maybe 50 or 60 feet away from around one section of stone.
What are Calden's men doing? Are they breaking to move and take off, or are they hunkering down and trying to?
Right now, you cannot see from this alcove. If you want to try and look out and make a perception check to keep an eye out, you can. All right.
Because we were alone with Calden in here, right? Didn't his troops sort of like sink back into their hiding spots?
They did, and then he whistled to call them up from their places when you guys were about to engage for trade.
Right.
A natural one.
Fuck!
I say we try and help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, we need to get out of here.
How far away is the rock towards where Cullen's people
Let me show
are?
you. You haven't engaged yet,
Yeah.
but I'm going to give you.
I'm just happy that there's a map.
We're getting a map, and D&D Beyond does have a Discord channel that you can check out at dndbeyond.com/Discord.
Discord.
And I hope everyone watching the show right now is making out with each other. No matter if you're just friends, casual acquaintances at a bar, family members. You know, it's Valentine's Day.
No.
Let the love flow.
Whoa.
Is it green or is the light green?
The light is green.
It looks so green.
This is actually on a mountain. So slight.
Oh, you're going to do a thing.
Whoa.
Raked stage.
Oh, it is.
So
Yeah.
you guys are all
There we are.
Look at that.
pressed into this alcove over here.
Oh no. This time.
We have to.
Anybody want some candy?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Wow.
He threw me off. Stop it,
Stop.
Alrighty.
That was a
So-
really bad throw.
So from this perspective, you can see Calden over here. You begin to hear some other voices shout out. Grask! Firak! And you hear what sounds like some sort of energy streak.
Oh my god.
Not Knoll-like,
Something else.
something else.
I'm gonna cast. I'm gonna cast invisibility on myself, and I'm gonna run out there and look.
Alright.
Okay. Yeah.
So not you cast invisibility. And you go out and look.
What do I see?
As you come around the corner and glance, you can see across the way the group of gnolls that are currently behind that way, and you can see what looks to be two of them that are their blades out, or blade out in a shield, and they're both rushing from around the corner towards where the rest of Calden's men are. Suddenly, they all reach around a side of the rock and release a volley. You see the both gnolls take a bunch to the chest and keep running, but begin to slow. A second volley. One of them shouts out, "Fire!" They release a secondary volley. Both of them fall and crumple to their knees.
Nice.
They're both killed as they rush by. However, what you do see is around the way, this one member of his team suddenly crumple to the ground, weapon clatter out of their hand, and you watch as curling around the way, the familiar insect-like Kryn armor of what looks to be some sort of a Kryn warrior come around the rock. You watch as it darts forward and leaps upward and strikes downward, hitting another one of them, and as it does, suddenly two copies of itself, made of somewhat immaterial shadow-like energy, also apparate and strike down in rapid succession. All three strikes cleaving down into one of the other members of the group, who immediately is just cut and falls to the ground.
Oh God.
Caleb casts tongues as soon as he hears the foreign language out. He's got that small clay model of the ziggurat.
Okay, so you begin casting tongues on yourself?
Yeah, one action.
You also watch around this corner what looks to be another Kryn figure with more decorative armor, not the heavy carapace type blackened armor, but just like shoulder pieces and a helmet, and what looks to be robes, dark gray robes that kind of billow as the wind blows by, stepping up with a large staff. As the figure seems to draw this gray-like energy from the air around you, a familiar gray energy, that as it pulls through, it strikes the ground, and you watch as this thin black line of energy just kind of streaks across the ground. Suddenly, all the rocks within 10 feet of it shoot to the center, being pulled out of heavy gravitational energy to the center, as these figures right here are also pulled in, the rocks crushing and pelting them, this line of gravitational tug jamming them for 100 feet out this way.
Yeah. I think it was the sewers. And there was a dash, right? The last
Is that
time
where we saw the gray energy?
The dark orb. Remember, we kept thinking it was an orb of death.
Oh God, yeah, that's right. Oh my God. Are they all gonna die if we don't
Both of
have...
these figures get crushed into themselves. Their body is suddenly folded into a sphere of bone and skin before they're just lumped to the ground, where bits of the stone and rock that were jammed into their bodies slightly come loose and tumble to the ground as the gravitational pull vanishes. One is still surviving from behind and ducks behind. You can see blood running from his this kind of brass dragonborn. As this dark blood's running from the nose and the ear and under the eyes, and it's trying to pull another arrow. Are you guys doing anything?
I'm gonna call back, Mighty Nine, follow my voice, and I'll lead them. I'll go over near that cactus-looking thing over there.
There's no way they
Over
don't
here?
eventually
No,
find us,
towards
right?
me.
Yeah, they're gonna find us.
here?
Yeah, that seems like
I
cover
think
over
we
there,
should
right?
just,
There's,
like-
do I see any bad guys right there?
No, actually.
Okay.
What you see is so this is where Calden is, and this is where another one of the cloaked figures is.
Okay.
Should we like pop out and do something?
Bad news!
I'm gonna
out!
cast Bless, by the way, just because we have a moment on you, Yasha, and Bo. So
I'm gonna grab the leather thong and cast Mage Armor.
I'm gonna cast Bless on who didn't get it. Anybody that didn't get it. Ford.
no, Ford got it. It was
No,
Ford,
Yasha
Ford,
got
Yasha, and
Give it to
Bo.
Yasha.
So
Oh, okay.
Nothing.
Nathan, Caleb,
Can't see me.
and.
Ford,
Do I have to go see?
Yasha.
No, just of my choice within range.
it's
You
either
don't
you
know
or
where I
me.
am.
It's a prayer.
You have
It's
to.
within
To her
range.
God. Okay.
God can
Does it
see
say?
you.
Does it say a target you can see?
Nope.
No, it just
within
says a
range.
target within
God knows
range.
where you are, motherfucker.
Okay.
Okay.
Just wherever you are, not you're blessed. So you're getting blessed instead of who? Oh, from.
I'm blessing Caduceus.
Okay, I'll take that. All right. You were the only one without Bless.
Yeah.
Okay.
1d4, right?
Yep. 1d4 to saves and attacks.
Awesome.
Saves.
And there we go.
Basically, everybody but me is blessed.
Everybody but you.
Yes.
I misunderstood.
Hashtag everybody but me is blessed.
That's amazing. Alrighty. So there we go.
From our position, can we see? I can't see on the other side of that rock. The person up at the top, is that friend or foe?
That's Calden.
Calden. Okay.
He's currently against the rock with the arrow in his chest going.
Yeah, I'll run out of the cave and run in his direction.
Okay. Are you doing this not to be seen, or
Are we doing anything? Like, should we just jump out and attack? Because we would get a surprise attack if somebody just
Yeah, but
jumps
you
out
don't
and
know.
does something.
We don't know where any of them are.
If you came out,
guys
you would
don't.
see it, though.
Just hear shit.
Okay.
I'm down for a big attack.
it's up to you guys?
I'm just saying, if we jump out and attack, we'd get like a surprise,
I would think so.
right?
They're in
oh,
combat.
they're in combat, so they wouldn't be a surprise.
It's not an ambush.
It's a
It's not a
condition. It's not
Okay,
something that
okay.
we do to them.
Okay.
I learned after 115 episodes.
Okay, well then never mind. Do whatever you want.
So what are you guys doing?
Attacking.
You're attacking. All right, then roll initiative if you guys are gonna jumping in this fay. All right.
These guys are really powerful, you guys.
They look powerful.
Okay.
Here we go.
This is not going to go terribly.
Yeah.
They're super powerful.
They're super.
Stretch your legs. Here we go.
Oh my god.
Perfect. So.
If things go poorly, head for the hole.
Okay.
All right. So,
It's Valentine's Day.
25 to 20.
Ouch.
20 to 15.
19.
19.
15.
So it's in 1919?
Yeah.
All right, this is
Sorry, some
Circles.
Guys, critical roll. Am I right?
15, 10?
Forward hit a 14.
I'm plugging our own
Jester
joke
had
during
it
the show.
Jester.
11 for me, if we're down that far.
Yasha got one?
5.
On
like-
brand.
That's like, she's here.
Wait, where are you at?
Huh?
11
It's still attached to my hip.
Alrighty.
with the other animal.
So, first, you watch as this one Korean warrior figure moves up at the top, and suddenly their form seems to shimmer and split off, and another kind of shadow energy version of them appears not too far from where they stand. The figure then rushes towards this one. Jesus. Leaps off towards it, and as it strikes down towards the air with its blade, the shadow figure tends to like reach out and grab its arm to hold it in place. As the figure's trying to run away with its bow in hand, it gets kind of held there in the moment by the shadow, it looks like, as it looks up just in time for the large armored figure to come down with what looks to be a great sword. And two other shadow versions appear with similar great swords, and
Oh, man.
all come down towards it.
Should we just back off?
Hit.
We should like.
That's a hit. And that's a hit.
Whoa.
Shit.
No, this might be a really bad idea.
Where are we gonna go?
I don't know. They would find us. They would, oh god.
Yeah,
You watch as both arms are just cut off. And where the torso is, the great sword jams itself down about 12 inches
Oh my
towards
God.
past the clavicle and the chest, and the warrior kicks the body off of the blade and just splats onto the rocky ground behind.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's you fucking.
Oh.
All right.
Talk to them.
Should we talk to them?
Bo, you're up next.
Oh no!
Have no fear.
I feel a lot of fear.
Can I jump over the wall that I'm kind of the whole wall?
Yeah, you'll lose about 10 feet of movement to get up to the top, but you can do that.
I mean, it'd be pretty much the same than to run around.
Well, I
I'm gonna
mean-
do that.
We have all those archers that we need to deal with.
Wait, what?
All those null archers.
So it's 10 feet of movement to get
That's
up
a lot.
onto it.
That's 5 archers. Jesus.
As you step up onto the edge, you watch the warrior, after it kicks its blade off, and the two shadow clones of it kind of just blink out of existence, and the helmet just looks right up at you. You definitely made yourself known. What are you doing?
I'm going for the main motherfucker.
Oh,
Over here?
God.
Yeah.
Regard.
Okay.
Oh,
So that's
how much?
10.
How much movement do I have?
You have 35 feet still.
I can make it, right? That's 35 feet. It looks like. Jump. Huh.
Jump. That's that's 5, so you have 30 left. Go ahead and make an acrobatics check to try and land properly.
Let me make sure.
It's a low
5,
DC.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I could do it. What was it?
Calling
Acrobatics?
out his name for good luck, huh? I got you.
22.
Yeah, you're fine. You know what? You barely even touch the ground and they keep rushing from that point.
Oh boy.
25, 30, you have just enough movement to get right adjacent to it. As you rush up, you can see within the helmet, what little bit of the metal is not covering the eyes, you can see the drow skin tone from beneath, the very angry and intense eyes staring back at you, and you can see the cheeks and the eyes kind of curl up into a smile. What do you do?
Oh no.
Smiling? This is bad. I smile back, give him a little wink, and I'm gonna do an upper elbow to his jawline and then go for the ribs.
Yeah, I like the combo.
Oh boy.
Natural 20.
Not good. It's okay, it's okay.
Bless.
16?
Plus
Plus,
blast.
plus.
That was an 8.
No. 8, it is an 18 now though.
18. It hits the helmet.
Oh no.
No damage. It just misses.
It just misses. It just misses.
It's all right. I got another one coming.
Okay. It just misses.
You are learning.
That was your first attack.
It was my first attack. That hits. It's a natural 15 plus 8, so it throws 23.
This does hit.
Okay.
So as you pull back the elbow, you go for the chest hit after that, and it does hit armor, but you find a piece where the plates themselves kind of meet, and you push past, and you feel the impact. Catch him in the lower clavicle.
I'm gonna spend a key point to do stunning strike.
Okay. The DC on that is
It is 14.
18, unfortunately.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, no.
No.
Not abilities, right?
No. Doesn't affect DC, unfortunately.
That's 9 points of damage.
9 points of damage. Alrighty.
I'm gonna do flurry of blows.
Alrighty.
Another key point. God,
2 more unarmed attacks. Go for it.
go down one. There we go. No, 18.
18 just misses. You go.
Bless,
it's the
bless,
third.
bless.
The third
Bless.
On every attack? Is that
on every
That's
attack, yeah.
amazing.
Yes.
19. That's just enough. That's just enough. So you pull back, and the Caduceus's guidance, the Wild Mother's energy propels you forward for that strike. He's gonna go use his reaction to do Shadow Martyr.
And I can also, I've hit twice now, right?
Well, this will be your second hit. Or it does not. The clone that was in the space that you rush into, like darts in between, and you end up actually striking it in the chest instead. So roll damage on that strike.
okay.
He doesn't take it, but the clone does.
9 again.
It dissipates.
How many?
And it blocks the blow for him.
How many attacks do I need for my my extract?
Extract aspects?
Yeah.
You just need to hit him with one of your Flurry of Blows strikes, which you haven't yet, because it hit,
And that
the,
doesn't
hit the
count.
clone instead.
Okay, so one more.
Get one more attack.
Plus the D4.
113.
Yeah, that hits. 21.
Okay, yeah, he does not have his reaction, so that definitely hits.
6 points of damage, but extract
Aspects. Yes. Yes. What would you like to know?
Happy
Check that out.
Valentine's
I want to
Day.
know what his Constitution saving throw
Constitution saving throw?
is.
+4.
Woo. Okay, and then I get to know one more thing, right?
I think
get to know one thing or two things?
we adjusted it that every time you hit, you get to learn one thing.
Okay. Stunning strike on that last
for
one
it,
again.
yeah.
So he rolls. Spending another key point though. Stunning strike.
Right, stunning strike. No, he's done.
Come on. Who's up next? Hit that motherfucker.
I hate that ability so much. All right.
I burned 3 key points, but I stun him.
Oh my god, you're so clutch.
All right. That finishes your turn. Bo?
Yes,
Caleb, you're up.
it's my turn.
So I cannot see anything, so I'm going to move around the edge to get a look at the battlefield.
All right. So you scoot by.
Tree's with you.
I know.
Tree just really.
Let go,
Really
group.
wants to the-
Okay, so I can probably see some Knoll archers from there and the man with the staff.
Yes.
So I will take some pinch of phosphorus and slap it into my hand and squelch the other hand through it and cast Wall of Fire, a straight line, splitting the field in half.
All right.
Dope.
Where is this wall going?
Damage going this way,
Across
down
which way?
stage. So from Caleb, a straight line blocking Beauregard and her opponent. Well, it won't go that far.
Okay.
And I'll probably start it where you put the second one, Matthew.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Actually,
60 feet, I believe.
it's going to attempt to counterspell.
Oh, wow. This is so sexy.
Natural 16 plus 5, 21.
yeah.
The firewall.
Can I counter spell
Yes, you can.
at 4th level? No, 3rd level.
So go ahead and roll.
Okay.
Well, no, it's a 3rd level, so it does cancel 3rd level. Okay. I'll
Whoa.
So, one started a little further from you, right?
Yeah. So yeah, he's starting it from that.
here. You got it?
notebook.
Like this here?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if I have any movement left, I will
You have, I'll say, 15 feet of movement left.
go back where I came from.
Okay.
Classic Caleb.
There you go.
You're welcome.
Nice.
All right, that finishes your turn. Alrighty.
Uses forward gesture.
Well, next it's the other figure that attempted to counterspell and failed. Angrily, seeing you kind of mid-spell counterspell it while releasing this wall of flame that shoots up into space.
And who was counterspelling? This individual
Yeah.
over here?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Is going to go ahead and
That's fine.
Oh, I'm afraid of afraid of a fireball or some shit.
We have cover right
What
now,
have we said
though.
about saying out loud?
I'm sorry, it is. It's like Macbeth.
I'll give the DM
Run D&D
ideas.
alone.
This is tense.
all right.
Matt, you look very dashing tonight. You look really handsome.
Here, come
Right? Isn't his beard so nice?
It really is. It really is.
That way there.
Yeah, what happened, Taliesin? Everyone
What?
had a beard but me, so I jumped in, and now yours is gone.
I had to break the chain. Otherwise, there's too many beards, and it's free and allowed
a
to
real ultimate power.
creature that's
We
beneath
coulda
the
had
table.
it.
Katoa needs beards to survive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a lot of movement speed, man.
Actually, it can actually hang back here, I think.
Oh, damn.
God damn it.
You watch as it angrily watch the fire burn up. The light, it kind of scatters across the stone and base of the mountain here. Its side of its armor now kind of shining from the flickering light source. Angrily goes and hops up to the top after watching you dart behind that area. Raises its staff, focuses, and you watch as in the center of the area out in front of Ford, as you're getting ready for it, all of a sudden this green, thick fume fills the area
Oh, boy.
as it casts Cloud Kill.
Cloud kill?
Never heard that.
What even is that? How high of a level is that?
So that hits all of you guys right there. So everybody but Bo.
Oh my god, are we all gonna die?
Me too?
Yeah, because it was I had to hit at the edge of the firewall to try and get inside the alcove where it saw you vanish, and it actually does overlap where you are.
Okay, sure.
Makes
Yeah,
sense
it
to
does.
me.
Okay.
So I need everyone
boy.
to make a Constitution saving throw.
With the D4.
Bless.
Oh, hey.
Except for
Except for
me.
you. Sorry.
Yasha first.
Oh, boy. Not good.
With the D4?
Oh.
Oh, not good.
Oh, boy.
Excellent.
No, that's not good.
These are bad things.
These are
These
very
are bad things to be saying
You're
out loud.
fine. You're fine. You've got a book on your head. You're fine.
That's really bad.
Is that numbers or is that
It's
a
numbers.
wave?
It's numbers.
All
I
right.
just wrote it so I wouldn't.
So,
Ford rolled a 24.
all right.
Nice.
Yasha rolled an 19.
Whoa.
All right. So you both take 16 points of poison damage.
Gotta be that.
Warcaster feat at advantage, proficiency bonus, plus the bless I got to 16.
16. Wait, Warcaster to
That's just
That's just my feat. Oh, that's concentration.
Yeah, concentration.
Oh, so not at advantage at all, but
No.
the first roll was the highest, so it's the same.
okay.
Yeah.
So you also take 16 points of poison damage.
This is gonna
Fail. 9.
Take 32 points of poison damage.
Cool.
21.
I can't.
You take 16 points of poison damage.
7.
You take 32 points of poison damage, and the cloud remains there.
Did you say how many points did I just take?
30. You took 16.
16.
Can I? Uncanny dodge doesn't work against area of effect sort of thing.
It's not an attack, unfortunately.
Okay,
Ow.
Yeah, and it's not a dexterity save throw.
fine.
So, but the cloud remains there. All of you all of a sudden feel the poisonous fume burning against your skin and the inside of your lungs, and you find yourself instinctually coughing in horrible pain. It's burning the inside of your body like an acidic rock that's expanding in your chest.
What level of spell is that? Do we know?
Ass level.
And it's also going to use its gravity well ability, which whenever it affects a creature with a spell, it can push it 10 feet in a direction of its choice. It's going to go ahead and you guys feel as you're coughing, the sudden force of gravity begin to drag you out into the open.
Cool.
10 feet for each of you.
Matt, also, do I need to make a Constitution?
You do.
So, yeah. All right. So this
And
is
everyone
the
with blessed
first
that
one.
has to make one too.
Oh. All right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good.
Do I get to use? I don't. That's not a save, is it?
It's a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, so the bless does add to the.
16.
Make it wood. 16? Yeah, you need to roll for most of you guys who took 32 damage. It's you need to get 16 or higher.
I only took 16 damage.
Yes, you're fine.
And it's a Constitution save.
Yes.
21.
To maintain a spell?
You
Yeah.
rolled 21?
Yeah.
Yes, you maintained it.
17 plus others.
Yeah, so you maintain your invisibility. All right.
Natural 20 got me up to 26.
Yeah, you're fine. All right, cool.
Oh, boy.
That finishes its go, and it's going to go ahead and step back around there. Actually, it's going to use its last movement to step down in that space. That ends its turn. That now brings us to Caduceus.
Do I take damage at the top of the round? With the gas or no? That would really suck, but I thought I'd ask because I'm an idiot.
If you start your turn there. Actually, yeah, this damage happens at the start of your turn.
Okay, thank you.
I misread that. So it didn't hit you yet. As your turns come around, you will take this damage and be pulled in.
Okay, so that's I just took that damage.
correct.
I'm going to cast. First thing I'm going to do is. Motherfucker. Sorry, I'm a little thrown. I'm going to step out of this cloud, up around that way.
Okay.
25. Is that my full movement?
You have 5 feet left.
I'm going to. Shit, son. I'm going to see if I can get a little. Oh fuck! I'm going to be on the range of the archers. I'm going to pull around the corner there. I'm going to burn my action to get. Can I get within 30 feet of Bo's opponent, or
If
no?
you're using your action to run,
Yeah.
maybe. You don't know. You can try it.
I'll try it.
15, 20, 25, 30.
I
Gets
within
you
30
about
feet?
there. You are. It is 35 feet from you.
I'm going to cast the. I'm going to.
He's 35.
35 is fine. I'm going to use the Blight Staff and summon the Swarm 5 feet away from him.
All right.
Next turn, they can
Correct.
They can attack. That's everything I can do.
All right, and then
So
Caduceus' turn.
I'm just going to keep my cover there.
All right. It is now the rest of the Rangers out here's turn. Someone's going to dart around and go ahead and take a longbow shot at the one with the staff. Nope, natural 4. This one here is going to go ahead and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh shit!
And is going to go ahead and take 2 attacks with advantage on the stunned.
Technically, I can attack adjacent creature, so technically I could have taken a bite attack.
Okay,
against
then go
somebody.
for it.
All right, I'll add that to the.
With advantage, that is that's 16 plus 6. That hits.
That's where is that attack?
Oh, all right, so that's 4 damage it takes.
It's a melee attack.
Second attack. That was a natural 20. That's a crit.
Natural 20, by the way, to hit.
2 natural 20s back to back. Nice. All right, so it's 11 points of damage.
Get all
from
that
that
we
one.
can get.
All right.
We need all of that.
You see the Dragonborn bleeding and cloak kind of pulled over one shoulder, just combine with its its long sword, hack twice into the entity, and give you a look of like, let's do this.
Hit is 10, 44 piercing damage, so is that 10 plus 44 if I recall, or is it just 44?
No, it's just 44 damage.
Why does it have that 10 there? That's weird.
Well, the plus 10 is to hit.
Okay.
I think. Wait,
Oh, it's plus
no,
3
what's it
to
say?
hit.
Well, no, sorry. What you're saying is the 10? 10 is the average damage.
Okay.
I misheard you.
So that's 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11, 22 points of damage.
22 points of damage. Ooh, nice.
Sam is reminding me that I need to roll Constitution saves for
keeping blessed.
Nugget. No, I did that already. For Nugget.
Nugget was in there
and
too.
Sprinkle.
You're a bad man.
I feel like
I
Sprinkle
just
is.
hate animals so much.
Apparently.
I feel like Sprinkle's in my clothes, so he's got like a filter.
I'll say for the purposes of fun.
You have to roll. Thank you.
I'm not going to immediately murder her weasel because of one errant spell.
Yeah. Piece of shit.
But
That's not
Nugget.
how I would have ruled.
But do roll a Constitution saving throw for
Nugget.
Nugget.
Be mine or I'll kill you.
18?
18.
Yeah.
Nice. And just for the hell of it.
Terrible.
Weasel's up.
Terrible. Stub your toe.
All right, mark down that Nugget has 8 hit points left.
Yes.
Great.
I have the thing. Yeah. So he took 16 points.
Yep.
Gotta get out of that cloud.
He
Look at
technically
that.
has 6
See?
hit points left.
He's great.
According to the
See?
thing that Sam gave me.
Everyone's
But
out
I'm
there.
gonna go with
Fire
8
at the
because
stunned guy with advantage. Unfortunately, still misses. It's the armor. They're hitting, but the arrows are splintering across the armor. The second attack. And a natural 20. Nice. They're actually doing decent thanks to the stun. So that's another 12 points of damage, you guys. Slick. Alrighty, that finishes them. Calden's gonna go ahead and turn and he's gonna pull out his short bow and take a shot at that knoll over there. Fucking 5. Misses. And hits with the second one.
Come on, Calder.
6. Alright, so it damages that knoll over there.
yeah, cold.
Back towards
Calden.
Calden.
Golden Hawfield.
There you go. And he's gonna go ahead
Come on, Cade.
step back this way, but staying out of the cloud area. This guy's gonna go ahead and move up from underneath the cloud, coughing. Actually, at the start of his turn, he does not make a save. He dies. He is coughing, like vomits onto the ground and then collapses.
Yeah.
You can see the skin on the face beginning to just bubble and boil from this strangely poisonous cloud.
Calden's losing all his people.
Yeah, he only has 4 left aside from him.
They
All right.
seem so badass.
They did. I thought they were gonna
I
kill
felt like
us.
they had their shit together.
I know.
They just had nice cloaks.
They really could.
I mean, you just made some assumptions because you're like, oh, those cloaks are great.
They
And now
whistled. They had group
They
whistle.
had whistling.
Is that the secret to a
Obviously not.
forward-facing group?
Fashion doth make the man.
Yeah.
So, these NPCs are pretty strong for like just the general ranger. Unfortunately, a lot of them got lined up with a certain spell that did a lot of damage. All right, so after the turn, it is now just Ford's turn.
Yes, I will dart out of the green cloud
So
of
take your damage
killing.
top of the turn, which you already did.
And I will move 30 feet towards Calden's direction, not up on the platform with him, though.
Ford, he's not up on the platform, he's ducked down below. So you're actually right up
That
next to
only
him.
as far as 30 feet carries me?
That's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 5, 10, 15, 20. You have 10 more feet if you want to go.
Yeah, I will go. Could I get behind that spire or that little upcropping?
Over here?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can get over there.
Perfect. And I will use my action to point up towards the sky. My eyes will roll back, and I will summon the Bogra, and I will drop.
Oh, shit.
Yes! Yes! Thank God.
60 feet, as far as I can get it in the direction of all these jackasses over here.
60 feet?
Yeah.
Right there.
Just down the line, man.
And I'll tell him to kill everything but get me the caster.
Okay.
He's not gonna kill us, is he?
Does the ball guard take its turn when you summon?
Oh, he rolls initiative.
Right, so go ahead and roll for him.
Which is initiative.
Whoa, so that he gets to
Fif-
go.
Well, it's 15.
15.
You should have rolled shittier.
So he's right before you guys next round.
Yeah, he's right before me.
Alrighty.
He's
Did
now
that finish your turn?
taking their,
Attention.
unless you have a BA.
BA.
BA, man.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, Jester, you're up.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to look at how this works. And probably, I mean, I can try this,
Yeah. Try whatever.
but I don't know how long that lasts. Okay, I'm going to. Okay, I'm going to run out from under the cloud.
All right. Direction.
I'm going to. Can I, like, climb up and over and hop down right here?
Sure, go ahead and make an athletic. Or they cost you 10 feet of movement. It's not too terribly high. So
Okay.
5, 10, 15.
And then I just want to hop down behind that
20.
rock. On the other side.
25, 30. That's your movement getting you there. If you can jump down this way, or you can jump down. You can't quite get far enough to jump over that way.
I guess I'll jump down on that side then.
Okay. So you'll jump.
See in the cloud, by the way?
I would say you can barely make out shapes and stuff. It's, I'll say, partial cover, half cover while inside.
Okay.
And
But
it makes it. You can still see shapes and things at a certain distance. I'll say.
Okay, certain distance.
But I'm out of the cloud.
You're out of the cloud, yes.
Okay, then I'm going to use my action to invoke duplicity.
All right.
Nice.
And she's going to appear on the backside of the mean guy that's stunned.
Right there.
Yes, that guy.
Alrighty.
And then for my bonus action, I'm going to, I guess I can't cast another thing. No, I'm going to,
Do you have a bonus action heal that you can hit, or
I don't think so,
there's a?
because I already, Sorry.
Healing word's a BA.
Yeah, but I
Why am I
don't,
saying BA all the time? I don't
I don't
what does
know.
it mean?
I don't think I don't have healing word up.
Okay.
I'm just gonna, like, crouch down.
Okay. So you get low and kind of put your back against the wall.
Yeah.
Got it. All right, that finishes Jester's turn. It's now the gnolls go. These gnolls here immediately rush forward, drawing their weapons to go ahead and strike at whatever this terrible
Yay.
thing that rose up is. Both of them are going to go ahead and make a spear attack against it. Natural 20. First one against it.
I think it hits.
Yeah, I think so. And an 8. So it says 17 points of damage from one gnoll spear.
Okay.
The other one against it, natural 2.
That missed.
So the other one, the Bulgar kind of grabs the spear and is now wrestling for it. Like, just spittle coming out of it. The gnolls are taken aback by it. They still feel their power in numbers, so they're not quite certain of the danger they're in.
We'll work on that.
This guy here's going to move up a bit and come to this point, and is going to go ahead and fire the longbow at you, Travis.
Okay. Forward or the Bulgara?
Forward.
Or Yasha?
No,
Travis.
at you, at Travis.
At you.
That is a 25 to hit, actually.
That hits.
Alrighty. You take. That is 9 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
As the longbow arrow sinks into your chest. Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw for me to try and maintain.
Oh, yeah.
You get to add a D4 to that.
Okay, great.
Hashtag blessed.
Hashtag.
18, 21.
Yeah, you're fine. You maintain that. This one's going to go ahead and move forward.
That's a knoll, a regular knoll?
Regular number, yeah. And it's going to go ahead and take a shot at this guy over here. Natural 20 again.
Jesus.
That is.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Archers. Oh, I get it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
The arrow sinks in. It doesn't kill that ranger, but that ranger is now looking around and seeing a lot of his friends dead, and it's starting to gauge it's worth staying. That finishes that knoll there. This one here. Let me see if it's gonna mess with the Bulgara. Yeah, it's gonna go ahead and rush up to join its friends to try and jump on and group up on the Bulgara. That is going to be a 15 to hit. What's its armor class?
It is 15.
15, okay. It takes 10 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
As with both hands, it jams the spear into its abdomen.
Wow, they're really going on him.
All right, that ends the Knowles go. That brings us to Not.
If I run out of the cloud, do I take more damage, or is that?
No, at the top of your turn is when you take the damage.
Okay.
Which I'm just retroactively considering that. But if you stay in the cloud.
I'm going to run out of the cloud.
All right.
And I think I'll go on. I'll go downstage. So I'll go. I'll run towards this mess over here.
Okay.
Can I get as far as like this, or is it
15, 20, 25, 30 is where you can get.
35 feet of movement?
Take that.
Horse dead.
Bye, Ford. Sorry, bud.
You died like you lived.
That's as far as you can get there.
On weird terrain.
Well, then I will. Balls. Balls. So
you got a knoll there. You got
we do have lots of knolls that I don't want to waste my effort on. I will bonus action just get behind that tree stump thing there.
Okay, so you're gonna dash behind it?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
And then, but so I'm poking out. And I will hold my action until I see the caster.
Okay.
I will hold a crossbow bolt.
You got it. All right. That ends Not's go. Yasha's up.
Yasha would like to Rajay.
Alrighty. She has effectively Rajayed.
Okay, and she will, make her way towards Bo.
All right.
40 feet.
10, 15, 20, 30, 35, 40.
Yeah, yep, and yeah. Does the Kreen have any illusions or duplicates or copies up or anything?
Currently, no.
Nothing. Then she will. She's gonna throw the magician's judge at the Kreen.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
It's an improvised weapon, technically, because you're
Okay.
throwing it. So go ahead and roll. Roll an attack roll.
Okay.
Plus a d4.
She will make
pretty
it.
cool,
She will make it reckless.
Go for it.
Sorry again. I'm rolling a what plus a what?
So you're rolling 2d20 plus 1d4.
Okay, so 19 plus 1d4. Natural 19 plus 2, 21.
21 plus your strength modifier.
Which is
You hit.
3.
You're fine.
Okay, 20.
So go ahead and roll a d4 plus her strength plus rage bonus. It's not full sword damage.
D4 plus. Sorry again. Say D4 plus
Plus strength plus rage damage.
3, 6, 3, 9. 9 points.
9 points of damage. So while the Kreen's shaking its head, trying to right itself, the magician's judge scrapes off the armor and like carves in for a minute. You watch as it sticks for a second before it falls out, leaving kind of this open wound where some of the armor is kind of opening against the plates.
Nice.
That ends Yasha's go?
I believe so. And the divine fury, would that apply to that weapon attack? When you're raging the first creature you hit on one of your turns with a weapon attack? 1d6 plus 3?
I'll allow it.
Okay.
I'll allow it. Go down next.
1d6 plus 3. 6 plus 3, so 9 radiant damage.
Nice. Not too bad. I'll take that.
Great.
Okay. That ends your go. It's now the Kreen's turn. It's stunned. Can't do anything.
Nice.
Bo, you go. Go for it.
Same thing. Up under that helmet.
Do you have advantage because it's done?
Fuck you and your
Yep.
helmet. Yes, I do.
Fuck you and your hell.
And your d4.
The power. Fuck. Wait. No.
You're kidding. Which one?
No, I rolled an 8 and a 3, and then I rolled a 1 with my. No, that's
You get
17.
excited and punch right square into the chest part of the armor, and you feel your knuckles, and it stings, and it didn't quite get through.
Thanks for the wraps. I'm gonna knee him in the balls.
Go for it. Go ahead and roll for a second
That
attack.
feels right.
Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Son of a fuck bitch.
You have advantage still. He's still stunned.
I did a 3 and a 4.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Plus the D4 even? Yeah, not doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
You go for the balls. This, you've learned a little bit about the Kryn Dynasty's main armored warriors. They wear a metal cup.
Carapace puppies.
Bing! Ah!
Smart. I mean, it's smart.
Yeah, you gotta protect that.
Yeah, you gotta protect
Flurry of blows.
It's gonna be
All right,
somebody
2 more
going for
strikes.
that
2 more strikes.
shot.
Someone wants a hit.
I can't believe he's fucking
Find some
stunned. He's
soft
fucking
flesh.
stunned. Yes. This one does. It's plus 4.
14 with your
For
modifier.
18 plus 4, 22.
22 hits.
This is the first one. Okay. 10 damage, stunning strike.
Stunning strike again.
Again, I'm burning all my key points.
That is a 17 with the plus 4 bonus. 13 plus 4.
Is that good? Is that bad?
That's bad.
He resisted.
He resisted?
He resisted. One more time. One more time.
Ding dong, ding dong, dong. 2 3s.
What are you rolling? Do you need to
that
borrow
armor,
dice?
damn it.
Yeah,
that
get rid of
armor.
those dice, maybe. Don't use them.
Yeah,
Maybe
thank you.
it doesn't matter because that's
It
just
matters.
superstition.
It matters.
I'm so sorry.
Gotta-
What you
gotta
get
clean
for
your palate.
rolling
Gotta
dice on
clean your palate.
Wednesday.
Right on the one.
However, you did hit, so you get to learn something else about it if you want.
I did hit. I hit with the one time. Does anyone have any spells that you do?
Yeah, find out if what his wisdom.
Wisdom. What is his wisdom
Plus
saving
4,
throw?
right? That's
Plus
four.
1.
No, his
+1.
Plus
Wisdom
1.
is plus 1.
His constitution was plus 4.
Aha, that's what it was.
His
There you
wisdom
go.
is plus 1.
All right.
He's not very wise.
Tight.
Bo, you stay where you are. Are you gonna move anywhere, or are you gonna stay put?
Mom's. No, he's about to be unstunned.
He is.
I'm gonna back.
Sorry.
Was he
You
on?
don't know.
Was he on?
Just shaking it off.
I'm gonna back up kind of towards in between Yasha and Caduceus, upstage.
There?
Upstage.
Oh, upstage.
Yeah.
There? Okay. That finishes your go.
Yeah.
Caleb, you're up.
I'm going to run out of this cloud directly downstage, which I think will put us next to our new friend.
Keep reminding him of last night for that.
Right there?
Yeah, and from there I can see Ford's pet, and I can see this knoll peeking out. So I will slap the guano and the sulfur together and throw a fireball to ignite right here to get these guys.
Alrighty.
The bonus this
Yes.
I can't see.
But you saw him pop down.
Okay. So go ahead and roll damage for that.
Fire resistance. Fire resistance.
He's not
So
gonna be-
still make a saving
He's
throw.
not in it.
25.
Balrog's not in it.
He was just outside of it.
Sure, I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
If he's in it, he's in it. I thought he was in it.
There is a way that you can roll a standard intelligence check for me.
Okay.
I'm really good with math. I mean, not me, but
Right, it's not a huge deal.
That is just straight intelligence, you said,
Yep.
right? 15.
Yeah, you're fine. Keep the ball going. No worry. So damage on that was
25.
25. For the gnolls here, the dex save.
Oh, that's
15 was the spell DC?
For fireball?
For any of your spells.
Oh, 16.
All right, so it's a fail.
Yes.
Yes.
Fail. Fail.
What?
Success.
Oh, yeah.
All those gnolls just and are immediately just burned to a crisp and fall back smoking. For the Green Mage there, natural 19.
Dick.
So he only takes half the damage with that.
Bless you, Caleb. You sweet son of a bitch.
I hope he's like a glass cannon as well. Maybe he's also really low on health.
All right. That ends your go?
I'm out.
You got it. Okay, he's gonna go ahead and make a concentration check. It's cocked. And fails. The cloud kill, boom, vanishes.
Fucking amazing.
Now that we're all out.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
yeah.
I wanted to go back.
Flushed
here.
us out.
I didn't check
All right,
for
then.
it.
Totally flushed us out.
All right, it is now that figure's turn. All right. A couple of fun things.
Couple of fun things.
Yay.
I hate that phrase.
This is not a lair man.
Unless we're saying it, it's not a good phrase. Anybody want some chocolate?
Oh god.
You'll feel that.
So, from behind this area here, a shadow version of that same mage comes out of hiding, and they both act in the same turn. Moves forward to here.
Comes out of hiding. He's been there.
Fire.
Didn't
It's
go in the
like
last
they
turn.
have a best friend with them all the time. They're like,
The mage took damage on the firebolt that Caleb did, though, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I am firing at him.
You are.
+4.
Yeah, I got it.
Or
Not great. Well, 18.
18 hits.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I don't know these.
he's in a row.
But you are no longer invisible either.
That's right. Oh, not good. Fury of the Small.
That's my secret. I'm always small.
Yeah, thank you.
22
Right.
Okay, 22.
points of damage.
Nice.
Whoa.
Okay, actually, this guy. No, he's gonna stay there.
You were firing at the shadow or the guy?
The
with
real
armor?
one.
Real guy.
Guy on the hill.
Correct.
The real shit.
All right.
Super old, but I'm going with.
Great. So you finish that strike. This one moves out of the way here and is going to go ahead and cast Compress Gravity at 3rd level.
the little shadow guy can cast spells?
You can cast one spell.
Reverse gravity?
Compressed
gravity.
gravity.
I need
That's what we just saw.
Caleb and Ford to both make a Constitution saving throw, please.
You can do it.
Plus the D4.
Plus the blast, thank you.
Do well.
19, 20, 21.
Okay.
Blast.
Guys are rolling good on those
13
saving
plus
throws.
5
Jesus.
plus 3. Constitution saving throw, right?
Yes.
Yes.
What'd you roll? What'd you roll?
25.
25. All right. So you each take 14 points of force damage.
Okay.
And make your respective saving throws, Constitution saving throws. Your speed is halved until its next turn. You find the gravity, you're all of a sudden like yanked to the ground, and your head goes numb for a second from the shifting of the space and the weight of your body, and then you find yourself kind of pulled down for the next round.
16. So that's.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
Plus the blast, 26.
All right, you're
Oh,
fine.
yeah.
And
Yeah, me too.
28 points of damage, not 22.
oh, got you. All right. Good to know.
Oh. How everyone? I'm gonna.
Yeah.
If you go down, you're not gonna be down for
Caduceus
long.
and then forward for us.
Crossed.
Well, Caduceus and then.
I can move 60 feet and then cast healing word as a bonus action from 60 feet. So I've got 120 feet worth of healing.
And he's going to go ahead and cast Vacuum Blast in the same area.
Those creepers,
A
y'all.
20-foot radius.
Who did that?
The guy up top.
Vacuum blast the same as compressed gravity.
The shadow
Nope.
cast a spell, and now he gets to cast
So I need you guys also to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay.
Plus the D4.
Thank you.
And you're making. Are you
Natural 20.
Yes.
22. 27. Sorry.
Are you making? Is it a concentration? The wall? No, the wall of fire is just there.
The wall of fire, he's making 24. 24, all right. So both of you guys take half damage.
Yeah, these are really powerful guys.
I don't know what
Where
the spells
are
are.
17 points of force damage, each of you.
Fighting.
And make another Constitution saving throw.
Are you alive?
Sure. Plus D4.
Man,
Plus a D4.
that vacuum blast sucked.
Fuck you, Dyson.
13.
Yeah.
13?
14.
14. That's okay, because it's half the damage you took. So you're fine.
28.
Yeah, you're fine.
Made my stuff.
You guys are rolling really fucking high tonight.
Transmuter Stone,
Team's not great.
Warcaster Feet,
Yeah.
Bless.
Yeah, doing right.
Stack
Definitely
tip.
missed almost every punch with advantage.
I mean, I do have
I know. Still send some of your luck her way.
Gotta remember
Yeah, it all
Warcaster.
balances
round.
out.
That's better.
There
I
you
was
go.
like, protect the melee fighter, and now I'm getting.
And Calden is gone. You watch as Calden gets pulled back. The vacuum blast pulls you off, and because
piercing blue-gray eyes.
you guys made your saves, so you are not pulled. But you watch as Calden gets pulled 20 feet this way. The gravity shift. It's like this giant vacuum hole opens up on this side and yanks him that direction. You watch his body get pulled into this dark space for a second, and then just shredded in the middle of the air. And like arms, legs, pieces start falling and scattered in the ground.
Does it stay open or does it close after?
It closes.
Oh, fucking.
And it's going to go ahead and step back here for a partial cover. All right. That's going to end its turn.
Is its ghost image guy gone?
Gone. Yeah.
Okay.
It seemed to disappear when it finished casting the spell. That brings us to Caduceus.
Ooh. I'm going to. Oh boy. I still have beetles, and beetles are going to attack. That's a bonus action for the beetles to attack, if I recall, right? Or I can have a button
look
for
at the
that.
item again.
I was going to say I have a button for that.
What a mess we're in.
Beetles are going to take another attack.
All right.
For my bonus action. How are you? Actually, how are you guys right now?
Yeah.
No. Roll
I
that.
mean,
You can't see them
Caleb's
actually.
bleeding
No.
from his
You
eyes.
have no idea.
That's fine. I'm gonna. So the beetles are gonna be my bonus action. That's
totally bleeding.
sure.
Ears,
That's.
eyes, nose.
And I have a D4 to that. Not that it matters. 17, 18, 19, 23 to hit.
23 hits?
Yeah. They don't have advantage, do they?
No. He's no longer stunned.
And that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, fuck that one. I do need it anyway. Sorry, I'm shaking so much. I'm really nervous. 6, 7, 8, 9 points of damage.
Is it?
9 points by damage.
9 points of damage. You got it. The
And
beetles are crawling into the armor plates and kind of biting the inside, and trying to knock it away.
I'm going to curl. I'm going to try and. I'm gonna get a little closer. I'm gonna go up against, just like a little further up against the wall, like just to the edge, so I have some cover.
Over,
like a little closer.
over
Yeah,
here?
like there. So
There is a person there.
Oh, who is that? I didn't see that.
That right there is that's one of the remaining rangers that still survives.
Oh, well, I'm gonna wave. I'm now 30 feet. I should be about 30 feet now from that creature that we're fighting, right?
Yeah, about there. There, you're 30 feet. So you're right.
I'm gonna
right there.
hold my action until Yasha's attack, and I'm gonna hold. My domain. Where's my brain? Channel divinity.
Okay, no worries. Oh, actually, and because you guys did both get affected by the creature earlier, it does still get its gravity well abilities. Both of you guys get pushed 10 feet this way. Suddenly, you get kind of tugged by this sudden shift in gravitational forces in your area. All right, Caduceus, that finishes your go.
Yeah, I'm just holding my.
What was your initiative?
It's the Bulgar's turn now.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Path to the grave.
Path to the grave?
That's what you're holding.
Yeah.
Okay. The the big demon monkey is going to use running leap, which is just part of his movement. He can run 40 feet and jump 20 in the same movement.
Okay.
And he's going to break melee with the Null and head towards the caster.
Yeah, get it, Donkey Kong.
And he's going to jump up using that 20 feet.
Here?
Yeah, so he gets in with melee of that shit ass.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
The Null does strike against it. Natural 17 plus that's
That'll
20.
hit.
Yeah. Takes 8 points of piercing damage.
8 points, copy that. He is going to make all 3 of these multi-attacks with Reckless against the mage.
Okay.
At the start of its turn.
Good. Yes.
And that is one bite attack and 2 fists. So we'll do the bite first.
Okay.
Plus 7, that's a 20 to hit.
20 to hit. Cast shield as a reaction. So that misses.
Okay, it misses. And so the second one is a fist. And that is a 22 to hit.
That does hit.
Okay, that's a 1d10 plus 4. 6. That's 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
You got it.
And the next fist is a 21 to hit.
21 just hits.
Nice.
Whoa.
1d10
With the shield.
4.
Yeah.
8 plus 4, 12 points, another 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
You got it. So as it jumps up, you see the mage crane figure kind of like looking over at the wall, trying to start kind of making calculations in its head. Suddenly reflects one of the attacks from it, but the other two batter it from side to side, and it kind of catches itself from falling to its knees and stumbles back up with the staff, kind of trying to figure out what its next move is going to be. That's the Fulgura. It's now these guys' turn. This is going to go ahead and come this way.
You got a little spurt
and fire at the other knoll. Misses.
Oh,
God, you guys.
Really? God, these muckmen suck.
They've done actually a fair amount of damage to that guy over there.
Good. I can't see any of that.
There you go. That guy over there is going to go ahead and fire at. Does hit actually. Though only does 5 points piercing damage, but still it all helps. This one over here is going to go ahead and. It's going to go ahead and fire longbow as well. Natural 20. They're rolling like they're gotten a lot of crits this.
Yeah, they have.
Good.
I think that's the 5th or 6th natural 20 you've had in this.
Yeah. So 10 points piercing damage. Alrighty.
They're mad because their leader's dead.
And they don't know that. That finishes their go. Ford, you're up.
I will use my 30 feet of speed to come towards this knoll down here at the far end of the map, this direction.
Okay. You only have 15 feet of speed. Because you're slowed from the gravity.
What?
The compressed gravity from last round.
Yep. So I'll just come that way, 15 feet. And I will send 2 Eldritch Blasts at that knoll.
Go for it.
Yep. 20 to hit.
20 to hit.
That's 11 points of Eldritch Blast.
Nice.
One is 19 to hit.
Hits as well.
And that is 8 points of Eldritch Blast demo.
8 points. Both impacts blast into the knoll. The knoll's breathing hard and heavy, you can see. Now, its jaws just covered in its own gore, but it's starting to get the kind of feral, cornered look in its eyes. That finishes your turn?
It does.
Alrighty. Brings us to Jester.
Come on, Jesse.
Okay. I'm going to. Oh god, this is so dumb.
Do it for love.
I'm doing it.
You would do anything.
I'm going to run up to the bad guy in front of me.
Alrighty. 25, 30.
And I'm going to attack him with my
Okay.
hand axe.
Go for it.
Okay.
Swing with your hand axe.
Yeah.
Cool.
Do I get advantage because my?
You do, because you are technically flanking.
So that's an 18.
18 just misses. Your hand axe
Oh wait,
scrapes
no.
across.
That was a 12. That was an advantage, and that's a 19.
19 just barely hits.
Okay.
There you go. Go ahead and
Oh
roll
my
damage.
god. Okay. But don't I get like poison damage now?
From your last level, an additional D8, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would.
Okay, good. Okay.
Level, yeah.
No. Oh, that's balls. 10 plus.
Oh.
Okay, so 9, 13.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 13
13
points of damage. And then I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Spiritual Weapon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cast it at. Should I do that? Fuck it. I'm gonna cast it at 4th level.
Whoa.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and bring. Whereabouts are you placing
Oh
it?
wait, when you cast a spell using spell slot of 3rd level or higher, Yeah, so at 4th, I would get an extra d8. So yes, I'm gonna do it next to him. I'm gonna hit him again.
All right.
Oh, are we gonna put him there? Yeah.
Oh, where are you placing the spiritual weapon?
Next to the guy.
Oh, all right. That works
Yes,
fine.
I can hit.
So go and roll the attack for it.
That is not cocked.
Nope.
7 plus my thing, so probably doesn't hit. That's like 15.
15, unfortunately, no. It actually takes the great sword and parries the blow from the giant, like, energy crackling lollipop that's currently resting over its head.
That's okay.
Morphs it off to the side.
Max, can you text me Ashley's iPad code?
That finishes your turn?
Mm-hmm.
All right. The Knoll's turn. This Knoll's going to go ahead and leap up. Actually, no. It just got blasted by it. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It's going to go ahead and charge up towards you, Ford.
Thank you.
That is 18 to hit.
That hits.
All right. You take 6 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
It's two-handed spear. Go ahead and make another Constitution saving throw.
With the D4.
Thank you. That's a 21.
You're fine.
Yep.
Okay. This Knoll here, so I'm going to go ahead and drop the arrows and rush up to this guy here. At a speed of 30 feet. She'll stay back there and do an arrow. Can't quite get full movement there. Cocked. Misses. Goes wide.
Finally.
Alrighty. Not. You're up.
I'm running that way, full sprint.
30, 35.
Do I see the mage?
You do. They have three quarters cover. So
But you have sharpshooter, right?
I have crossbow master.
Crossbow expert, which ignores three quarters
I
cover.
don't think so.
let me double check.
I don't think so.
Maybe.
Nope, it does not.
Nope, never mind.
3 quarters cover means that I roll at disadvantage?
No, it means it gets +5 to its armor class.
Oh, damn.
So you have to roll really high to hit him.
like basically a natural 20.
Well then, if
up to
I
you. You can do it still.
can I bonus action dash and keep running so I
Yeah.
can see his full body?
Yeah. 20, 25, 30, 35. That works if you want.
Okay, let's try that.
Add a D4.
Oh yeah, thank you. Okay, 14 plus 9.
Yeah!
That hits.
That hits. Go and roll damage.
And he's engaged. So I'm gonna take that sneak attack.
That's good.
Yeah, it is. 27 points.
Ooh, nice.
And that's all I got. I used action bonus, run. That's it. That's all I got.
Okay.
Nope. Just once for rest.
Oh boy.
All right, that finishes your go not. Yasha's turn.
Yasha will rush up on the Kreen
All right.
and will grab the Magician's Judge.
To where? Here.
Yeah, anywhere that's within melee is great.
That works there.
And take 2 swipes.
Go for it.
Reckless.
Alrighty.
That is a 23 to hit.
23 hits.
And the first one has the Divine Fury, which is 3d. Are you fucking kidding me?
That's bad.
That's 3. No, only one of those. Let me just roll one. Damn it. 4, 7. All right, so 10 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Double.
Why?
Because I'm doubling this first attack.
With his ability as the grave. So
So 14.
14.
I'm sorry, it was
Well,
10,
no,
so
no,
20.
double the dice is what it is, plus bonus.
Is it double? Is it double the die? I thought it was just they have.
Oh no, they're vulnerable
They're
to
vulnerable,
it, so it
so-
is double damage.
Oh, great, so
Yeah.
20 on the first one.
It's not a crit.
That's
Yeah.
amazing.
That's cool.
Dope. And Reckless for the second attack, which is 22 to hit.
22 hits.
Awesome. Right. That is 10, 13,
Stunning
5,
strike
16.
is my fucking bane.
16.
16 points of damage.
Is he still stunned?
No, but like there's an entire round of combat where he just
19.
everyone got to fuck with him.
19, sorry. I forgot the raging.
19.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
And,
Good for you.
That's it, yeah.
All right. Awesome. That finishes your go for Yasha. Top of the round. Now it's the Kreen's turn. Is going to bonus action. Going to go ahead and manifest its echo. Right, we'll say there. It's then going to go ahead and, let's see, make, yeah, it's going to go ahead and take all 3 attacks against you, Jester.
Oh no.
Oh, that makes sense.
Slicey blade dude?
Yep.
Slicey. Yeah, yeah.
Yasha gets Sentinel attack, yeah.
Because I'm not there. I'm not there. She could do it. She could do it.
Yep. So, first attack against you. That is 21 to hit. All right. Yasha can make her attack.
Okay.
You take 18 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Okay. That's, yeah, that's fine. Shrug that off. Easy.
20 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. 9, 3, 12. 15.
Actually, he's going to go ahead and use his reaction to use Shadow Martyr. Nope, it didn't roll high enough. So yeah, still takes the damage.
15 points of slashing
points
damage.
You can see now he's starting to like breathe heavy. He's looking really, really rough. Second strike against you.
Cool.
That's going to be 20 to hit.
Yes.
That is 16 points of slashing damage.
No problem.
Cool.
Easy.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Now the first strike hits you with the blade, and all of a sudden, around the corner of your eye, you watch as a shadow version of it appears and cuts through you, and then vanishes. And right as you're like reacting from that, above you, you watch a spark of dark energy in the shape of the warrior come streaking down from above for a third strike. That is going to be 18 to hit.
18.
Still hits you. That
I
is.
wish I had the bless.
You didn't bless your...
This wouldn't be helping
help
you.
for this, unfortunately.
Helping you anyway.
15 points of slashing damage.
Easy. No problem.
He's going to go ahead and action surge.
Oh, no! Why you do this to me? I said you looked nice tonight.
I know you did. But this isn't me.
That was Matt.
He's smiling under that helm.
He's going to go ahead and.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna use my reaction of Hellish Rebuke.
Go for it. All right.
Okay.
So roll damage on that.
Maybe it'll kill.
Do I have to roll to attack on Hellish Rebuke?
No, it's his saving throw against your Hellish Rebuke. What's the save on that? Is it
It's
is it dexterity? Is it
no, it's
wisdom?
Hellish Rebuke. I think is based on charisma.
Well, it's the DC of the ability is based on your charisma, but
Okay, yeah. So it's. I'm sorry.
it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hellish Rebuke. 12.
12. Okay. That is. Well, what's the ability of Hellish Rebuke?
Dex.
Dex. Yeah, that puts him at 12. Actually, exactly. He rolled a 9 plus 3.
Sweet. So he doesn't take. Does he take anything, or does
He
he
takes
take
half damage.
Oh, okay.
14, 16, so 8 points of
8
cold
points
damage.
of cold damage.
As I just go, ow!
And as you see the ice can shard through the armor, bits of it kind of filling the gaps in its plate where it's been taking wounds.
Oh, this is probably too late to say.
What?
Yeah?
I have my duplicate within 5 feet. And so if my duplicate's up, it's like a thing.
Oh, it's like it's a 50-50 chance which one they attack, right?
Or something. Hold on.
I'll double check.
They have to roll to see which one's the right one, right?
New stuff. We have new stuff.
Well, this
No, this is old. I just am never attacking. You have I have advantage on attack rolls.
Correct. That's what it does.
Oh,
it
so I
doesn't
should have
affect
taken.
that.
Okay, so it's fine.
Oh, not even. So
Motherfuck.
that's okay. So action surge. Next attack on you. 21. 10 plus 11.
Cool.
Yeah, you're
You take 17 points of slashing damage.
I'm done.
Unconscious?
Yeah. Jester's unconscious.
It's my fault. I went up there, you know. I was being brave.
And
Real hard.
that figure goes away. It's gonna go ahead and, after cutting through Jester, you watch as another one of its shadow forms appear, and it's gonna cut through the guy behind him. Misses. Natural 5. Wait, plus 11, 16. No, that still hits. And so you watch as the shadow version just kind of steps up behind the wounded dragonborn and then just carves across his throat. falls off, and the shadow clone echo kind of dissipates. The third and final one's going to go ahead and strike down towards. Yash looks pretty beefy. It's going to attack you. It's technically melee, that it's with advantage because you're on the ground.
I mean, I'm unconscious.
Yeah. So I mean, I still roll. Well, no, it's not a hit. Not a hit.
Can I discount the auto crit?
Oh. You've already used your reaction to improve
Fuck,
Yasha's
I have,
attack.
motherfucker.
So it's 2 death saving throws on you, Jester.
Ooh, boy.
And
Who's near her?
he's dead.
I'm fine. I got it.
Yasha.
As
It's
long
gonna
as
go
it's fucking turn.
5, 10,
Oh, is Yasha gonna-
15, 20,
Yasha already took his
25,
reaction.
30.
Piece of fucking shit.
Wait, when he moved away, does anyone get an attack?
Nope, 'cause Yasha already used her reaction.
Oh my god.
I thought when I came over there, I thought Bo was next to me.
But she hit him, but it wasn't in an escape, so
Wait,
does he get to move?
Sentinel drops them to 0, right?
But I think
Zero
it's when
movement?
they're fleeing. I don't know if it counts.
Wait, so because she hit him with the thing, it
She
might have
hit
done
him with
that.
Sentinel,
Sentinel stops.
That's right. Hold on, it might
which
prevent
drops him
movement.
to 0.
zero movement.
But let me.
You're right. It might do it based on
Both your helper.
I'm also. Oh, is an action surge a bonus, or can you just take an action surge?
an action. You are a fighter. You should know
I
this.
should know this, but I'm so
No, you
panicked.
just take it.
That's
It's
right.
not a bonus
you just take
action.
it. Motherfucker.
When you hit a creature in an opportunity attack, the creature's speed becomes
We are
0 for the
very
rest of the
With an
turn.
opportunity attack. It wasn't an opportunity attack though, because it says here with.
Creatures within 5 feet of you provoke opportunity attacks from you, even if they take the disengage action. When a creature within 5 feet of you makes an attack against a target, other than you, the target doesn't have. You can use your reaction to make a melee weapon attack.
A melee weapon attack is not an opportunity attack, so it did not reduce the speed. Sorry. It only reduces their speed if they're moving away that triggers it. It does not reduce their speed if they're get it from hitting somebody
If
else.
they're planted in attack.
Correct.
Got it.
All right.
Okay.
That finishes its turn. Bo, you're up.
War never changes.
Boof.
Wait, not or Yasha didn't go?
Oh wait, no. 'cause
Jester
that,
just went.
well, no,
and it was
we're
that
at the
guy.
top of the round. He's at the top of the round.
Oh,
So it's your turn.
fuck me. Is someone else getting Jess?
I got you. Assuming
Yasha
nothing else
could also-
awful is going to happen.
45. He's 45 feet away from me, right?
Yeah.
That
Oh, I
guy?
say yes.
You
like
don't-
I
maybe.
fucking know. I don't know shit.
I think he is. I'm gonna make the run.
Yasha
Okay.
can also heal, so.
Cool. 5, 10,
15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. Mother.
You're like running right past the giant flames. It's not hurting you, but it's super hot, and you hear him right next to you, and he's just out of reach.
That sucks. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna spend a key point to close the 5 feet. It seems really
Okay.
wasteful of a key point, but
All right, you move in.
I'm doing it. Pop, pop.
Go for it. Make your attacks.
On. Try and find just right under his helmet that nerve. I've been using my fists because they're magical. Has anyone hit this guy with a non-magical attack? You have, right?
Who, the Kreen?
The Kreen?
I assume the fighters have been
Hitting with non-magical
yeah.
attacks? I'm gonna hit with my staff.
Go for it.
plus d4.
One of it's cocked. 12 is cocked.
Yeah, you roll that.
We
No,
discounted
it's
it.
not.
It was before you moved it. We threw
Well,
out a 20 that was that
It
cocked
is now. It's
before.
12. It's fine. She chose it.
It should still be good. Yes, hits.
That hits. Go and roll damage.
6 damage.
6 damage. All right.
Stunning strike.
Stunning strike.
Right, just going for that jawline, going for that nerve.
Natural 20.
He's stunned. Natural 7.
Awesome.
Punching him again.
Go for it. You have advantage on the strike because he's stunned.
No, that's what's so weird.
Yeah.
Yep. It hits. I'm sorry, 23.
23. That hits. Go and roll damage.
Still using the staff. Still using my staff. Oh, that's good. That's good. 13.
13. Nice.
And
Yeah. That's your turn, right?
He's looking bad. We'll have a no.
No, use your bonus
I
action.
used to step the wind. Yep, that's my turn.
All right.
It's my turn.
Caleb, you're up.
But he's stunned, Ziggy.
I checked line of sight over Travis's shoulder, so I can see the magic user's head. So I'm gonna just toss a firebolt his way. 3/4 covers.
Go for it.
The enemy. And it's,
Nugget is very concerned
it's
right
a disadvantage, right? Because
No,
it's
he gets
covered?
+5 to
Oh,
his
he gets
AC.
+5.
Yes.
That is 17.
+4 to your attack if you're doing an attack.
Yes, I am. 20, that's pretty good. Hold on. Plus shit balls. Firebolt plus. God damn it! Can't remember my shit coming up. Just plus, I think it's +6. So 26.
26 hits. Go roll damage.
Okay, and that is 2d10. 10.
10 points of fire damage. Off the side of the shoulder, kind of pats it out.
And I'm going to use my movement, which is halved because of the gravitational effect, I think, to go over behind that tall outcropping of rock upstage. And I'm going to, right up against the one that's what, nope.
Yeah, I see where you're going. You want to go?
Behind this, hiding from the magic
there.
user.
Gotcha.
And for my bonus action, I'm going to pull out a healing potion and not drink it and just hold it.
Okay, you got it. That finishes your turn, Caleb?
Yeah.
All right, it's now the mage's turn. The mage is going to go ahead and take attack opportunity from the Bulgura.
Okay.
Let's go and roll for a strike.
Pull that back up. Bite attack. That's a 13.
13 misses.
Okay.
Woof, wide swing just as the mage ducks down beneath. 15, 20, 25.
No.
And reaches over, grabs him, and you watch as they both vanish. Dimension dooring out of sight.
I can't do anything with them. Does that provoke an attack of
Nope,
opportunity?
it's a teleport.
Nope.
The flames flickering, you angrily stomp around the space where it was. You kind of glance about, make a perception check.
15.
15. It's hard to tell on the horizon where they went amongst the rocks and other bits of terrain. They're out of sight. The flames still burning from the firewall. You look about and can see the various scattered dead bodies of the various rangers who you had just met. And that's where we're gonna take a break.
That was a satisfying fight.
Cool shit happened.
We're
A
not,
lot of cool shit
we're not
happened.
technically out of initiative yet.
No,
There's a
we-
no.
I know. We're gonna come back to that here in a second.
Jester's almost dead.
Jester's fine. I got that.
How many hit points does the Bulgura have?
33.
I'll say for the purposes, because otherwise we're here running through the motions here. The Knoll's not going to last very long, and the Bulgura neither, when all of you guys focused on it. So we'll say you quickly dispatch the Bulgura and the Knoll. Take a moment to breathe.
You're at 30 hit points.
I'm at 30 hit points. I'm not dead.
There you go.
You're at 30 hit points.
And then we're going to take a break.
Okay.
So, tonight, as our Wormwood giveaway,
Valwood giveaway.
we have this delightful cherrywood dice box. Our friends there, the leather interior, to give away.
I get
So to go ahead and possibly win this, head on over to the Twitch chat on the Critical Role Twitch stream. That's twitch.tv/Critical Role. Enter the keyword date, D-A-T-E, because it's Valentine's Day, and you're having a date with us. But enter it once, only once, and once again, only U.S. and Canada, excluding Quebec, are there because of stupid laws. But we'll have a winner for you when we come back here in just a little bit. See you in a second.
Nice. Hey.
And welcome back, everyone. So before we get into it, we'll have Laura and Travis joining us in just a second. They're dealing with mommy daddy stuff. Valentine's Day.
it's just a quickie.
We do have a winner for our giveaway, which is Procrastinator. Procrastinate_OR. Congratulations. You won tonight. We'll have that sent to you ASAP. Well done. So, bringing us back in. There, standing amongst the base of the Ashkeeper Peaks, overlooking the waste of Jorahas before you and the path you've chosen to take, you can see the various slaughtered gnolls scattered amongst the nearby rock and stone, as well as the bodies of the individuals you had even just previously met, this scouting regiment out of Blade Garden. Only 3 survivors remain, and they, not even acknowledging your presence, just start gathering the corpses of their friends and laying them side by side, checking them for any goods that they won't be needing.
I don't say anything, but I just slowly start helping them.
Okay.
I am taking care.
Ladder.
Wow.
Sorry. Did you ever heal Jester?
Oh shit. Jester's dead now, I assume. Yeah, I healed Jester.
Yeah.
Jester. I'm taking care of Jester for this.
How many of them are left?
There are 3. 3 survivors of what was originally 11.
3 of 11. Wow.
Anything on any of the Knowles bodies?
Make an investigation check.
22.
22. All right. So,
20.
amongst the Knolls, you managed to pull together what comes to about 26 gold pieces, 16 silver pieces, and 31 copper.
Oh man, imagine what kind of loot we would have gotten off the other guys.
I know.
Yeah.
There are only 3 of the muckmen left.
Did we loot them?
They're alive.
They're alive.
There are 3 living muckmen. They're currently.
Their dead brethren.
Caduceus has brought you from the brink of death.
Mm-hmm. You're feeling okay though.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Minus the fact
drops.
that I almost died.
I'm going to start limping over to the closest muckman.
Okay, you walk over and you see looks to be a stern-faced woman with kind of ratty brown mousy hair that's pulled into a tight braid that disappears into the back of the hood. The hood is currently like slipped back. She looks, blood kind of pulling down one side of the forehead that is now beginning to dry and mingle with the sweat. She doesn't pay any attention as you approach and just is in the process of folding arms over and checking pockets.
Smear away the blood coming out of my eyes and nose from that gravitational bullshit, and we'll crouch down next to her and attempt to help in any way I can and ask how... Oh, my head. Frequent a thing is this?
This is not very frequent. We usually do not have to reveal ourselves for others. It was careless of Carlton, but a lesson he paid for.
How far off are you from the nearest group of your brethren?
As far as I know, there are maybe 3 other scouting regiments out amongst the Ash Keepers, but we all keep to ourselves. We are to return into Blade Garden within the week. Looks like we'll do our best to bring back what we can, effects for the families. Unfortunately, we're not enough to carry the bodies back.
Do we need to bury them or burn them or?
What do you want to do with them?
You can see kind of her eyes flitter amongst the corpses and go, I'm not superstitious, but I do know of the whispers of various necromantic terrors to the Far East. I'd say probably best we burn them. And she continues to rummage through and pulls out some coin, pulls out some arrows, takes off like a section of the armor and inspects it. It's too damaged and sets it back down.
To the east. If we head east, we're going to have problems with the undead.
I don't know, I have not been that far east.
But you hear this?
I've heard that, this is old history of Jorhas. There were betrayers that were dabbling with various means of creating more powerful armies. I've seen many different shadow-based creatures that wander the waste, but I have not crossed undead myself. As I said, I'm not superstitious, but better safe than sorry.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me. And Caleb lies flat on his back and just stares at the sky and starts into arcane recovery.
Okay.
You said you're heading Straight back to Blade Garden?
Well, we're not going to do very much good with a small party like this.
Are there more of you back at base camp? You're gonna switch out the party?
I think so. Or at least replace those we've lost and head back out. This is a time of war. We cannot stop until there is some end to this insanity.
I'm sorry.
Did your fallen friends have any horses or carts or any way of traveling?
We travel by foot across the mountain range. It's the safest to stay out of sight. And if you're heading east, it's the safest for you as well.
Oh, okay.
It's very hard to stay out of sight when you're on horseback or carrying a cart.
Do those cloaks keep you hidden very well? They kind of blend in with the environment?
This is the intended color.
Do you have any extras you would be willing to part with?
She opens her hands amongst the various bodies on the ground.
I think we should take them.
Yeah, I agree.
Of course.
There's enough for all of you.
Okay.
Though a few of them are bloodstained.
I can cast mending on them. Try to clean them up a little bit.
Mending
heal them.
fixes, it doesn't clean.
Cool.
They're gonna get blood.
That's a prestidigitation thing. Prestidigitation.
If you like, you can build a pyre and wait till you've had some time to move on before we set it, and we'll set it when it's time for us to leave, if that helps.
I appreciate that.
Of course.
Give us a few more minutes.
And take your time. Just talk to me before you leave.
All right. The three of them gather whatever things seem to be important. They throw the bodies in a pile, kind of quietly bow their heads for a moment of silence, and then turn back around, throwing their cloaks over their shoulders, their hoods up, kind of bows at the side, and the woman approaches you.
In that time, I've scribbled a note to Dyron.
Okay.
If you're heading anywhere, if you happen to run into a soldier by the name of Dyron with the Cobalt Soul, could you give this to her?
I'll do my best.
She was injured. Pretty sure here in Ash Garden. Or Ash Grove,
Blade Garden.
that place.
Johnson.
Garden.
Our Garden of Earthly Gardens.
Last I heard, she was recovering in Blade Garden.
Well, I'll ask around.
Thank you.
I hate to ask this, but since you guys are heading back, would you have any supplies that would help us on our way out? Colden was going to give us something, I think. It's a terrible ask, I know.
Well, we only need enough food for the three of us to get back, so any sort of rations you would need for your journey. They're in that pile there. You can see there's a small cluster of what looks like satchels that were taken from the bodies that look to probably contain trail rations and other bits of material, edible materials for the journey.
Cool. We'll take it. Just a half.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
10.
10? Okay. You find some food.
Good job.
Thanks.
The three of them kind of gather, give you a nod. Stoic, motionless. They've probably seen some shit, and this is not an occurrence that is new to them. And they turn around and begin hiking their way back up the side of the mountain.
Well, this place is not great, but we knew that coming in. And we survived our first encounter with baddies here, so we should, I feel, look on the bright side.
What if, like, the whole city is filled with people that are as strong as they were?
I think if that were true, the war would be over by now.
That's true. That's true.
I think they're just mostly people. We just came across a couple very serious people. And we're all standing. If you'll give me a minute to help put this pyre together, I can also give everybody a little bit of a help heal a little bit.
How about you focus on that and we'll get the bodies
All right.
together.
I'm gonna cast Prayer of Healing. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on everybody but me.
Short rest.
We can do that too.
Be most appreciative.
I'll do both. So I'm gonna cast Prayer of Healing and we'll take a short rest.
There you go.
So that's
I'm gonna lay down for a minute.
2d8 plus 5. Everybody
points
gains
back.
13 hit points.
Thank you, Caduceus.
Just to take a little bit of the edge off before you go into a short rest.
Yeah.
Short rest time.
So as you take the time to regather your wits about you, to tend to your wounds, to have Caduceus help you recover a bit from the strain and pain of the battle that just transpired, you complete your short rest. The sky is still relatively dark and cloudy. The smell in the air lets you know that rain is probable before nightfall. And in the moment, you're thankful that these heavier, thicker gray cloaks might help you not soak to the entire bone. What would you like to do?
Well, since we're in Jorhas, maybe one of us should take a cue from these guys and look at the dodecahedron, right? Moving forward?
Yeah.
Or should we wait until we need it?
Well, we use it once a day, so one of us should look at it regardless.
24 hours. All right. Well,
Sorry, I might have missed something. Why are we looking at it once a day?
Just so someone has the edge.
We can be
Are we
a
not
little
afraid
stronger.
that is a beacon to us?
Well, we can just
very
keep
quick.
it in the bag and look at it in there. We don't have to take it out or anything.
Okay.
you wanna take a look?
I don't know if I'll need it, but sure.
To your husband.
That's true. I will trip balls and look at it.
Yeah.
Okay. So you go ahead and take your fragment of possibility, placing it back into your satchel.
In the bag the whole time. We don't take it out.
Stick your face in the other dimension.
Yeah, basically. Like,
So do we just keep just walk on then?
Say we head east. The way that they said.
All right. Is there any cover out there in the fields and plains below
I mean,
us?
there are low,
Badlands,
like, yeah, batches of scrub brush here and there. There are areas where sometimes clusters of rocks and natural boulders that have just either rolled down the mountains or were jettisoned by long dormant volcanic activity can be seen. Yeah, that's not doing that crossover. No. But yeah, there are occasional things that like you could camp against, but it is an open battling plains, like they say the wastes of Jorhas because it is just an open valley of gray and brown and dust and muck. Occasional dotted trees that are the hardier types that survive but aren't vibrant and pretty. They exist.
Sorry, if any of you take a minute, can you figure out which way this worm traveled?
Oh, I guess we can look around and see.
Yeah, I'll look for tracks.
He said it headed east that way.
Yeah.
Will it be
I'll join
a
in that.
survival check to look
They
for
might
tracks
know the best
specifically.
way through.
Okay.
25, natural 20.
ooh. 21.
13.
Okay. We'll say through you guys, you managed to find where the slithered aspects of the worm push, and it is definitively going east. It makes its way beyond the rocks and heads into the fields. We'll say for the remainder of the day, you could follow the tracks. You have to make an additional attempt each day of travel to try and keep an eye on it.
Sure.
But yeah, you have an idea of where it went.
Well, we're out in the open. We're sitting ducks. I feel like we should put these cloaks to good use and try to be careful. And it will slow us, but
Move cautiously.
move cautiously.
I agree.
Follow the path of this worm as long as possible because they are from here. They know this place, presumably. They know the path of least resistance. There will still be resistance, but at least. Let's go.
I mean, I think as long as it still kind of follows that track, that
You're sure you want
Buckman.
to save him, yeah?
I'm pretty
mean,
sure.
you
I
are
know.
sure.
I don't want to feel guilty about this, but I'm 100% sure that I
Okay,
would like to
just
save my
checking.
husband's life.
Just checking
Yes.
about
I'm going to, as
But
soon
I'll
as
tell you
we're,
if that changes.
Okay, yeah, let me know.
when we're ready to go, I'm going to use a tinderbox to start the pyre, but not until we're ready to go, and I'm not going to wait for it to fully catch him.
Okay.
Because it's going to call attention.
As you guys gather the rest of your supplies, pick yourselves up, apply the cloaks of those that fell in combat.
I'll cast Pass Without a Trace on us as we
Let's
move.
just go in to ask.
All right. So are you guys moving at a stealth pace, or are you moving, trying to be stealthy at a standard pace?
I feel like on the mountainside, at least, we should go stealthily.
Very slow.
At least today.
Stealthily.
Tomorrow, we may
It's
move
like
more
half speed?
quickly.
It's 18 miles per day of travel at a slow pace. So you don't cover as much ground.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay.
For now, yeah.
So,
That's really slow, you guys.
Yeah.
but
Get
you
off
can all
the
make stealth
mountain.
checks.
10.
Nice job, Yasha.
Thank God.
31 for Yasha. 21 for Ford.
Caleb,
Okay.
you're blessed.
Doesn't matter.
19.
19. Yeah.
24?
Oh. No, you're blessed. You get advantage. That's what I say.
Oh, blessed is it?
Yeah, I give you
I
the
thought it
blessing
was
of the
plus
trickster.
stuff. Oh, that's better. That is.
How'd it be worse?
It is 11.
That's plus 10? Really?
No, I
Pass without a
rolled.
trace.
Oh,
also-
21. Thank you.
Okay.
30.
14.
Okay. So, moving on, you eventually, within the next couple hours, find yourselves at the base of the mountain. The standard kind of slate gray rock and stone that has accompanied you across the Ashkeeper begins to give way to the somewhat ruddy and brown of the valley floor. The bushes and brush you come across here is like gray to light brown. Some of it is bristled with thorns. It is a very unwelcoming landscape. There are areas where you can see bits of the ground seems to be blasted with glass. And you would recognize this as the remnants of lightning strikes that have hit the ground or other objects in the vicinity. Powerful lightning strikes.
That's scary.
Storms hit, we may need to take cover.
Just as it begins to rain gently.
Oh.
Hey, that sounds like rain.
It's cold rain.
Foreshadowing.
Go ahead and make a nature check for me.
5.
5. It's raining.
My nature's really low.
I know.
Yeah.
Aren't you a nature guy?
I mean,
He's a
I spent
great
most
guy.
of my time in one place. I don't really.
Yeah. There's a difference between like loving nature and being able to
Knowing.
empathize with nature and being able, having the specific knowledge
I
to
don't know how weather
ascertain
works.
patterns and
It's raining.
What's the how cold is it here or not? Just out of curiosity.
comparison. The weather is as chilly as the Empire is, but you're out in the middle of the open. There's no looming hearth or home. But thankfully, these cloaks that you did take from the troop, they are treated with some sort of a material which makes them a little water resistant. So you don't soak entirely through. Your boots get soaked and muddy, elements do get damp, but as long as you stay bundled within the cloak, you manage to stay somewhat warm and not thoroughly waterlogged. So continuing on across the Badlands, the rain bearing down, no signs of lightning or thunder. Eventually the sun begins to set, begins to grow dark. Yasha points out across the way, you can see another one of those large beasts that you had seen. At this distance, it's about maybe 3/4 of a mile off. And
How big?
make an intelligence check.
Just a straight intelligence. 14.
14. Gauging the distance from here and kind of the way it's interacting with the scenery around it, you watch as it kind of reaches over and puts its hand up against the tree, and you have a better view of it now, even through the rain, where you can see it has what looks to be 4 arms, kind of walks like a gorilla, looks to be furred, with these squat little legs, and it kind of like its way across the landscape slowly. But you watch as it reaches out and just grabs a tree, like one of those dried trees, and kind of bends and snaps as it moves past, grabs it, and begins scratching its shoulder with it. You guess it's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 feet to the shoulder.
Oh.
So bipedal, 4 arms.
It could probably be bipedal, but it tends to use all 4 arms to walk along, so you're not entirely certain where it sits between that space. You don't see a face, can't see the detail, you can just see its outline and the basic shape of its body.
We can take it.
I think he's probably nice.
Do we want to bed down now and start up early?
Yeah.
Sure, no objection.
I mean, I think anytime traveling during the sun is probably best.
I would agree.
I don't know if we want to risk traveling at night right now.
We just have a little bubble then and protects us from everything, right, Caleb? Okay.
Probably as dark as you can make it.
Can make it dark as pitch. Okay. I'm going to do the nighttime routine. I'm going to cast the dome. I'm going to use my silver thread to put an alarm around it. And I'm going to ask Frumpkin to sit about 80 feet, 70 feet away from the dome in the direction of that hulking creature and just keep extra watch in addition to any watch we do.
While he's doing that, I'm going to cast Glyph of Warding.
Really?
And I'm going to cast it. Let's see. I'm going to cast it with Hold Person Prepared in it.
Okay. Fair enough. Where are you placing it?
Just next to our bubble.
Okay. You got it. That lasts for how long?
It takes an hour, but I think let's see.
Duration until dispelled or triggered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would recommend letting the rest of the party know where the glyph is placed.
Yes, the glyph's right there. I think it only
Worst
activates under
breakfast wake up ever.
It's according to physical characteristics, creature kind.
Alrighty.
So I can say specifically if it's like,
A type of creature.
yeah, like a Kryn or something like that.
You got it.
Kryn.
Crean.
No. Okay.
I'm a fictional racist.
Terrible. I can cast them. And I can cast Sending on.
Oh.
Any light-based magic that you have too? We should probably set up for
Yeah.
tomorrow.
I'll take first watch too, just because I don't think everybody passing out is a good idea no more.
Okay. So as you guys bed down amongst the darkened sphere, or this darkened dome for the evening, go make a perception check for me.
Natural 20. 21.
Doggy.
Alright.
And before passing out, I take one of those rags that I keep and I put it over the drift globe and say Tawaj and leave it floating in the middle of the globe so that you have some dim light.
Okay. That does not protrude beyond the dome, correct?
Because it's opaque from the outside, yeah.
Cool. All right, so you have a little nightlight.
I'll use thaumaturgy to make it sound like nice, pleasant sounds of like a running stream. So it sounds like we're like in a peaceful place.
Sure. There you
Birds like crickets chirping.
It's a little spa day.
Yeah.
The dome does not
Yeah.
golden sound.
Oh, it doesn't?
FYI. Just like
Can I borrow your
Oh,
goggles?
never mind. They don't do that because Caleb, thanks for the.
Borrow my what?
Your goggles.
Oh,
Your-
yes.
Thank you.
All right. What'd you roll? Ford?
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
That's right.
21 total.
Great.
That big ass perception bonus.
Yeah. So as you guys rest for the evening, Ford, you do keep an eye out. It's hard to see much beyond a certain radius because it is, when it's night here, it's night. The clouds are thick enough, and it rains throughout the night. You do not see the moon, either of them. No light. You do not see any movement. It feels strangely reminiscent of some of the dreams you've had where you've just found yourself in the middle of darkness. And that kind of cold, looming, creeping thought in the back of your head of how far away you are from your promised goal to a specific entity.
Yeah.
But nothing seems to catch your attention. Nothing draws too close to the exterior of this dome to warrant waking the rest of your group. Eventually, you can find yourself to rest. Who would like to take second watch? Caduceus, go ahead and roll perception.
27.
27, nice.
Natural 19.
Okay.
With the goggles.
With
Just
the
for
goggles,
fun.
same scenario. You can see pretty well within a short radius,
Yeah.
but the rest of it is this beautiful pitch black nothing. And it's kind of
Oh, that's nice.
strangely welcome. A different interpretation of the same space.
Oh, that's it.
Morning comes to you, the low gray light. The rain itself does seem to be getting a bit heavier. And you're preparing yourselves for exiting as the dome itself eventually gives away.
That was
Whoa, that was weird. That's really
That
weird.
was my iPad giving me notification.
the spookiness of Valentine's Day.
Any new creatures or intrusions in our immediate space with the coming light?
Did the glyph fire or anything?
The glyph did not fire off.
Okay.
Is your cat still alive?
The bad news is you're out in the middle of an open field. The good news is you're out in the middle of an open field. You know,
I can see it coming.
yeah, for the most part, it's going to be hard for things to surprise you if you're being slow and stealthy. For the most part. So, with the day ahead of you, who's keeping watch?
I'm keeping an eye out.
Yes, you are.
All right, so you're keeping an eye out. You,
I'll
both
help
of you.
him. Oh, never mind.
Oh.
You can help him.
Okay, you guys rolling individually. Go ahead and roll
I'll,
two.
I'll take advantage on
And
it.
now that we're out in the open plain, should we move at the slightly quicker pace, but still
At a
stealthy?
medium pace?
Yeah.
Medium pace. That's awful. That's an 11.
Okay, good to know.
Terrible.
That was a terrible. Those were two
Ooh,
terrible
somebody
rolls.
should look at our moat. Somebody should have looked at our moat while we were still in the thingy.
Someone take a look. I looked at it
We're out in
yesterday.
the middle of a field. Let's give it to Ducey.
All right, so you go ahead and take your mode of possibility.
Also, I'm inviting a very miffed and wet cat who has been out all night and is crawling up inside of my cloak and hood and doing the scarf thing. And it's wet on my neck, but okay.
All right, you all bundle up your cloaks a little heavier and trudge forward. You're going at a normal pace, so everyone make a stealth check again.
Are we doing a plus 10?
Are you still casting Pass Without Trace in this?
Chester.
You got the juice?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Sorry, I'm healing my blink dog.
Natural 20 for Ford.
Great.
20, 30, 31, and 27 for Yasha.
Great.
25.
28.
40.
There it is.
28.
23.
Okay.
22. Sorry.
Moving at a normal pace. You feel pretty stealthy. Still, it's easier for things to see you at a normal pace, but you all rolled pretty high. Pushing on for this secondary day, you begin to see eventually a river on the horizon, heading from south to north. Yasha.
This is the river that we have to cross.
Yasha points out and says, this is known as the Eiffelon River.
The Hyphalon?
Eiffelon. Stems from the Sorrow Weep, waters the lake to the south.
We can still
Sorrow
see
Seep.
it.
Sorrow Seep.
Oh, that's the
This
lake.
into this.
Oh shit.
You're at the edge of the map.
Edge of the map.
Scary, guys. We got a fucking horse.
Is that Eiffelon with an I or like?
With an I. I-F-O-L-O-N.
I fell on the river and all I got was this lousy t-shirt.
Shoot him.
No matter what name.
How's the water smell? Does it smell?
You're too far away from it.
Oh, we're not
It's
there
on
yet,
shifts
okay.
on the horizon.
All
You
right.
probably,
Shoot him now.
you could get to it probably at your current pace by the end of the day. If you're moving slower, you wouldn't get there yet, but
Yeah.
because you're going on a normal pace.
Normal pace.
All right.
Normal pace.
And you rolled
11.
11, right? Okay. So you move on for the first half of the day,
It's like the worst I can
keeping quiet, muttering to each other for your own sanity, kind of discussing what may be awaiting you further and further east. In this landscape still heavily marred by the wars of the gods before the divergence. There's a moment where you're all moving forward and you hear what sounds like gravelly voices, muffled and soft, like a little ways out that way. The rest of you pick up on it. Actually, it would be Jester and Beauregard pick up on it.
Do you hear that?
Was that you?
No, there's like there's people or something.
That's not your thaumaturgy thing.
No,
Fuck. What was that?
everybody drop
Caleb
down.
as well, actually.
What do you mean drop down? Like flat?
We hear voices.
And you hear one go, "No!"
I
And
cast
another
tongues.
voice begins to yell. You cast tongues on yourself? All right. As you hear it transition from just guttural barks and kind of a goblinoid language into a. And actually, wait, let me double check one thing here.
Speak goblin
Yeah, you may.
and halfling for some reason.
Yeah, you would understand it actually.
What did they say?
The voice you hear says, "Quick, grab your things and run. It's coming."
Everyone, the bad guys are saying that it's scary and they need to run. So we should probably do the same.
What?
As this is happening, you now begin to see lower near one of the plain areas where there's a cluster of rocks. You can see what looks to be one of the they're like a gray, heavy-shouldered deer that you've seen kind of keep at a distance from you has been killed, and you see what looks to be a group of about 4 or 5 humanoid figures, though tall and covered in fur. You recognize them as bugbears. And you see as they're grabbing their things off the ground and looking back in the direction you came from.
Which is
Oh.
back where we saw the
Something's behind
thing.
us.
Like
Something's behind
the
us.
worm or something?
Turning
I don't
around,
know.
looking
Alright,
back.
let's
No,
go,
the
let's
big
run.
loping creatures we saw at a distance, maybe.
All of you kind of look around and you don't see anything on the horizon directly behind you. Caduceus, you look out for a second and look up. And you see like a hawk or, like a bird of prey, it seems almost, with a wingspan.
Oh my god.
And it gets bigger
That's a problem.
and bigger. You guys all glance up, and from what you can see, it appears to be some sort of a bird. Not in good health. a lot of the feathers have been pulled or plucked from its body, and other elements of it are discolored and dark. But as it begins to swoop into a dive, you get a sense of the immensity of it. That wingspan, you're like, oh, that's like a 20-foot, 30, that's like a 40-foot wingspan. Or bigger. And at which point you see the bugbears pick up and bolt. As they begin running, heading eastward in the same direction you were. They're about maybe 120 feet north of where you are. They begin charging in that direction. The rain's still battering down. You can still make out barely the ship as it swoops down, parallel to where you guys are. Giant talons reach out, grasp into one of the bodies and pulls it up. You hear the bugbear screaming as the talons kind of tear it in half in its grasp. As it picks up in the air, you watch as it kind of brings one half of its body up into its beak and begin to slurp it down into its large, sharpened maw. It picks up the other piece kind of its body, it tends to draw and pull out. You feel some of its, or you see some of its innards still tangled in the claw, kind of yanked out. The rest of the legs fall and plummet to the ground. They keep shouting, "Run! Run!" And they're just charging. What are you guys doing?
Where are they running? To the river? Or away
They're
from
running towards the river.
Let them be the bait.
Yeah, does the creature see us at all?
You don't know.
I don't know.
There's no grass, it's just an open plain?
Yeah, is there any rock coverage?
There's a ways from you right now where you can see maybe 200 feet ahead of you what looks to be a little bit of rock.
Amazing.
Yes. Right now, there are bits of dried, I want to say, grass that go about a foot off the ground.
How far away is the river?
The river's probably another 3 hours of travel.
Oh.
Okay.
We could just
Okay.
lay down and try to hide in the grass
Sure,
I'm not against that.
sure, let's do it.
with our cloaks over us.
You can certainly try.
Ooh.
I'm going to cast Major Image and create a large hairy mastodon and send it in the direction of the bugbears away from us.
Okay. So what's the DC on that one?
Major Image, it just
Oh
happens.
no, it's not a saving throw. It just has to see if it can discern it.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Against your spell save DC.
So it is
which
still
16.
DC.
Yeah.
16? Mm-hmm. You got it. All right. As it picks up and they're screaming, it gets up about maybe another 80 or 90 feet off the ground. After picking it up and just kind of coasting above, it climbs to another 150 or so feet up in the air. Glances down. Its head turns towards the direction of the mastodon that you've created. Goes into another dive towards claws open. You hear the bird-like shriek as it swoops in and passes through this mastodon. Angry, it pulls back up, its feet kind of skidding into the mud, carving these giant grooves into the ground ahead of it. It rights itself and picks back up and begins to turn around to make a second turn towards it. Are you guys staying put? Are you moving?
We're hauling ass, right?
No, I
Or no,
thought we
we're
were
laying
gonna-
flat.
We're laying flat.
We're laying flat. Sure.
Okay. So you guys all lay flat.
Yeah. I'm picturing like the hobbits and what.
Okay. You have to roll a new stealth check because you did cast a spell.
18. Do we have? Oh, so 28.
Well, how long does Pass Without a Trace last?
Oh. Yeah.
18.
I didn't say I recast it, so. It lasts for an hour.
Lasts for an hour?
Oh, wait. Let me check. It might only be 10 minutes. No, I think it's an hour.
I think it's an hour too. Double check.
Yeah, it's an
been
hour.
It's been a few hours. Have you been casting it along the way?
Yes.
How many spell slots do you have to cast it?
17?
I've got 3.
3? You wouldn't have enough to keep it at this point, unfortunately.
Okay.
Sorry.
So it's just a straight stealth roll for you. 18. Okay.
And I'll also cast a spell. I'll cast Silent Image and make another mastodon running the opposite direction.
Okay. For the rest of you who are stealthing, because the spell did wear off, I do need new stealth checks from everybody to try and keep away from its sight and see if its distraction maintains itself.
18.
All right.
15.
30.
14.
20.
Okay. So, it swoops up the rest of you, kind of jump down and get low as far as you can to the ground and kind of getting the rest of the cloak bundled over. The bugbears keep running. It curves around, sees the other mastodon. Does not seem tempted by that one. That was a natural 20. As it spins back, however, still focused on the one, swoops down, and this time it's going to go into a full assault, not try and pick up and leave with it. It's going to come down, claws ready, and it passes through, its talons slipping into the mud now. The rain that's been barreling down has caused this to come like a minor quagmire, and it kind of just skids for a second. Its massive bird form just scooting and through, driving this huge wedge in the ground as it stumbles for a minute and stops and spins around angrily, looking at it, and it steps forward and brings its talon up and bites towards it, and it's just passing through the mastodon. It's not even interested in yours. Sure. But it does give time for the bugbears to continue to escape. You guys are just held in place there. It does turn and look in your direction a little bit.
I'm gonna hold the spell.
It just kind of... It definitely knows the mastodon's not real now.
Sure. That's what it says.
Takes back off up in the air. At this, seeing it now amongst the ground, its wingspan probably fits more in the like 60-foot tip to tip range.
Amazing.
747.
If it comes close to us, if it looks like it has spotted us, I'm gonna hold a spell.
Yeah. Happy.
Okay. Scoots around, looks.
I'm gonna hold guiding bolt just in case.
Okay.
I'm gonna pray.
2.
Ayun, of course.
Okay. You watch as it takes a moment to pass through the field and looks back towards the bugbears and just takes off in their direction.
Hey, it's good now. It's farther from us.
Can one of you control it and tell it to fly us to the town?
I could politely ask it.
I have Charm Monster.
Oh, you do?
You could.
Yeah, but if I fail, I get ripped into pieces. 100 and
We
something
would
feet in
definitely
the air.
protect you, Ford.
Huh?
We would protect you.
Against Rodan, I'm not so sure. What is that anyway?
It's a rock.
It's a rock, man. From season 1.
Rocks.
It's not a healthy rock. It's a Jorhassian rock. It's a different breed.
Kind of rock.
Alt rock.
Yeah,
Sorry.
That was so good. That was so good.
You gotta give it. You
It's
gotta
a
give
good
it.
kind of dumb. You get points for that.
Yep.
You watch as it takes off in the distance, and you can vaguely hear the muffled screams as this hunting party of bugbears are probably torn asunder. You see it's hard to miss. Its shape like dives down a few times before it eventually, you watch as it takes off back in the direction it came. It just glides overhead, this massive airplane-like shadow across the clouded sky above you. You all kind of stay still. And it continues heading back towards the Ashkeeper Peaks. You can just barely make in its claws below what looks to be one bugbear per claw.
Double fisting.
Those are my people.
What?
No, I'm just kidding. Fuck those guys.
What were those? What are those guys?
Yeah.
Have we fought? Do we know what those are?
A bugbear?
Yeah,
Didn't we
fought-
fight them in the first encounter?
No.
No, those were gnolls.
Yeah. No, you've never really encountered bugbears per se. Not since you've all been together, but you've heard of them. They're cousins to Goblinkin. They're generally kind of more of a bully, like in between the ogre and goblin spectrum.
Okay.
Yeah, they're physical. They like brutality and combat, but they're also kind of lazy and like to put as little effort as possible if they can make other goblins do it for them and other entities. They're interesting.
Probably not terribly well stocked. Not worth going to where they were picked up from. And
You don't know?
How many of the bugbears were there?
4.
You saw 4 in the
And
party.
2 we know were killed.
Taken away.
I think all 4.
I think he said they were all eviscerated.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sure it's they're gonna.
How far away was the first slaughter spot of them from us?
From where you guys are right now, it's about a little over 100 feet.
Maybe we don't need to do that. Maybe we don't.
keep
Covers.
It's gonna do nothing but attract other scavengers
We're waiting and
anyway.
watching the rock until it moves on, yeah?
And it has, so let's go.
And hey,
Yeah, let's keep going.
Okay.
how often do you see anything like that?
That was pretty
That was
amazing.
really
Yeah,
great.
never.
Yeah.
Okay. You continue on forward, about 30 minutes of travel, carefully, slowly. You come upon the remnants of the bugbears that were picked up in the claws. You can see the areas where they were kind of scattered a bit, and what was gathered for the creature to rush off with.
That is gruesome.
Zoinks.
There is one bugbear that is kind of untouched, it seems, but still on the ground.
Dead? Or just laying there?
It's laying there.
Playing dead.
Let's throw something at it.
You get the sense that it is still alive. You can just looking over in the direction, you kind of see the breathing a bit. It looks like it's been playing dead for a half an hour.
Yeah, no, I think he's fine. We can keep moving.
We'll just keep an eye on him as we keep walking by. I'll use thaumaturgy and kind of make it sound like that bird is coming back.
Okay.
Wow,
I mean,
that's great.
if we want, I can talk to him. If we want any information.
I mean, maybe.
Do we?
Do we?
I don't know. What can we learn from this
He's a
thing?
threat to us, so it couldn't hurt.
I mean, he might.
Are there
Try
more
to
of
hunt
them
us.
nearby? Where did you come from? Have you seen a giant purple worm?
How do you cross this
Sure.
river?
Where do you cross?
Okay. Yeah, let's go chat up the bugbear.
Okay.
Hello? Sleepy bear. We won't hurt you if you wake up.
No response.
Yeah,
We've got a pot of honey.
Huggy Bear, we can see you. Let's talk. Still have tongues up. It's an hour.
You guys are speaking in Goblin?
Yeah.
Yep. You see one of the eyes kind of creak open.
Napped out.
Yeah. Peekaboo, we see you.
No more hibernating.
You see the hand kind of go for the side of its belt.
No. We mean you no harm. No fight.
We could, but we don't mean to.
Make a persuasion check.
That's cocked.
Yeah, it's cocked.
Because you've got so many fucking dice in your tray. You gotta sort them out.
What the fuck are you talking
You gotta
about?
sort them out so you have room to
It's at
roll.
the top of the game. Persuasion, that is 20.
It's true. You have like 2 by 3 inches of rolling
Yeah.
space there.
That's all you need.
20, okay. The hand that was brushing towards the belt instead kind of reaches out and plants itself in the mud. And then kind of does a push up into a sitting position with the mud all caked into the fur on one side of the face. The rest of the fur is matted from the rain. Kind of sits up. You mean no harm.
No fighting. Sorry about your friends or family.
Well, that is life in the wastes.
We're just passing through. We're not trying to start anything. We just need some directions. If you could help us, maybe we can give you some food.
Ask him if he wants a tattoo.
I won't lead
Are we
with
going
that.
to shave him first?
Sure.
Yasha's good at that.
Kind of like scoots back in the mud and starts trying to stand up a little bit. Like,
No, we're not going to hurt you. We could really just
But we're
destroy
not
you,
going
but we
to.
have no desire to do that. We just want some information because you live here and we want to pass. You see that river over there? We are hoping to get to the other side of it.
I don't live here.
Where do you live?
There. and points kind of in the direction past the river, but a little bit northeast.
Oh. How do you get to the? Do you live on the other side of the river?
Yeah,
How do you get to the other side of the river?
swim.
Is it a hard swim?
Yeah.
This guy.
Do you think we could do it or no?
Valuable.
Maybe.
Is there a... I see that look in your eye. Is there a best place to cross the river that you use?
Place where it, I guess, it widens out, so it would be less
No.
Shallow, more shallow.
More shallow.
Let's ask
shallow.
the
I don't know how
expert.
water works.
That's true.
There are a few places where the river's not quite as wide, yes.
Well,
Where are those places? We have food.
I was gonna say, if you can show us where that is and we can get across
We
once.
can't understand you.
Well, yeah,
Is
but
what
I
I
can say
translate to him. Yes.
We can,
Actually, it turns to you and responds in broken common.
Oh shit.
oh, well, that's convenient.
Oh.
If you can help us get across, I can give you some food, and if you need any healing after
And
what
the
just happened.
tattoo.
The tattoo's optional.
It's pretty cool.
They are pretty cool, but it's optional.
Yeah, I can show you across the river. But
Can I ride you across the river?
Are we making
You
this
like?
weird?
Do you float?
Cool, we're
Can I
making
ride like a
I-
raft?
I can float, yes.
Have you ever ridden a person across the river?
Have you?
Not
but
since
I
I
want
was
to
a
so
tiny
bad
bear,
now.
but
What? You have a bad back?
No, he said not since he was a tiny bugbear. This feels like a scorpion and the tortoise sort of thing. But are you the scorpion?
you're,
Always 100% scorpion.
you're not from around here, are you?
No.
Do we look like tourists?
Very
Our
much.
fanny packs.
Is it our matching
The
clothes?
bright pink one you wear around your waist.
We do have Jorhas or bust on the back of our cloaks. That might give it away.
What is your name?
My name is Gluzo.
Gluza?
Gluzo.
Ruzo.
so this big bird that has killed your friends, your family, are there a lot of those?
Not usually this far out from the mountains. There's some that are to the eastern range by the Penumbra range. Then there's some at the Ash Keepers.
So they become less of an issue in your neck of the woods, yeah?
Yeah, they don't go too far into the valley, but we were trying to go further in.
Why?
Yeah.
They're paying us to. Well, they were paying us to bring food back for the armies.
You've been hired by,
The Empire?
no,
The bad guys.
The Korean.
no. The Kirin?
The dynasty guys.
Yeah.
Dynasty.
They
Yeah, the Kirin dynasty.
kind of catches himself. There's like a look of mistrust across his face. Like, may not be the most intelligent creature, but suddenly is like.
Give him food. Give him something. Do we have something? Give him
Yeah,
something.
here's some of the food I took from the guys. Here.
You can trust us.
Do you like this? Rations?
And I mean, the bugbear is probably close to Caduceus' size, though it's sitting, and it doesn't look as big at this point. But as it reaches out and grabs it, its big furred clawed hand like completely envelops yours and pulls the food out and almost like scratches the palm a little bit.
Ow, like one of those like kangaroos when you feed them and they're like,
Yep.
Big ass bug.
Yeah. So, are you going to kill me, or are you going to let me go, or are you going to my city? What do you want from me?
We just want you to help us get across the river.
And to your
really
city, if your city is eastward.
I'm really curious
that
of how
way.
buoyant you are.
I live in the.
No. He's not from. Are you from Gordranus?
No, I'm from Asarius.
How far off from Gordranus is that? Do you know?
It's on the way, sort of. I have not been to Gordranus. This Asarius is the city of beasts.
Whoa.
Of beasts.
Yeah. The guy that hired us isn't the nicest, but he pays well.
What did he hire you to do?
Gather
Good
food.
Just food?
It's a meat and feed company. It's run by a super smart ogre man, Baron Visco. Kind of a douche.
Baron Visco? As I don't take notes.
Well, Gluzo, can you lead us, you think? We have more food we can share with you. Can you lead us to safest place to cross your river?
I'll show you. Come on. Gets up and stands, and now seeing close up, like it's interesting. Wide shoulders, but like rail thin, furred, gaunt body. Very either you can't tell because of the fur if it's malnourished or it's just designed to be a runner, and it's just a very, very just a thin, muscular frame. And gathered by the fact that it was a hunting party that wasn't expecting a rock, they're probably used to running and hunting out in these open fields fairly often. Mm-hmm. So, hard to tell one way or the other. But Gluzo just kind of continues to walk forward and keeps checking over his shoulder towards you, just kind of with a look of waiting for the moment that someone shoots him in the base of the skull. But keeps walking and keeps walking. You guys follow?
Yeah.
Okay.
But keeping an eye out in case we get ambushed.
Mm-hmm.
He seems all right, though?
He seems to be in a position where he doesn't have a choice.
Sure.
And just watched his hunting party get demolished.
All right, he's not thinking about anything funny, though.
Make an insight check.
24.
24? At the moment, seems less interested in trying to cross you and just survive and get back home.
Smart.
Well, when we find the place, we can all help each other cross the river. Go our separate ways. Fill your belly at least before you go.
Continues on kind of quietly. A few hours of travel in the heavy rain, you begin to come upon the river itself. Now, the banks are extremely muddy, but like a black, deep brown, bits of red mud to it. And even 100 feet out from the bank, the typical muddy walk you've had here through the waist becomes very, you find your boots being tugged out and almost pulled off at times. And as you get right up towards the river, and it's not like a rushing river, but it is moving with expediency, especially with the recent rains. The mud almost sinks up to about mid-calf with each step. You can see as Gluzo begins to walk along the sides and trying to remember which point is probably the best for entry. And at times the river is between anywhere from 30 to 50 feet wide. So it's a fairly wide river. At some points it kind of pushes into the 20-25, and that's where Gluzo leads you to that section and goes, "This is probably the best place in the region. You can go further south if you want, but this could work."
Will you go first, or should we go first?
I can go first if you... I'm going there anyway.
Should we...
You can...
I'll be fine, but do you guys want to tie a rope around
I was going to
this
say,
fellow? Or?
we could tie a rope around you, and then you could secure it at the other side of the river.
Easier to get across.
Yeah, I'll do that.
There's also several of us that can, mess with water.
Ah. Forward, that's your very special power that only you have.
Honestly, I don't have it prepared for, so
Me neither.
you are very special right now.
I hate her.
We can make a rope tether, though, if we have to.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to use your very special power, or should I just carry a rope across?
I kill not.
As you guys are having this conversation, Gluzo seems to have dropped to his knees and bowed his head quietly for a moment and is holding something in his hand.
What's going on? Are you praying?
Kind of stays quiet for a minute. Kind of opens his eyes again and places, but you can see glimmers of a chain that's kind of lost in the fur and tucks something under the fur.
Is he like naked?
You can see what looks to be a breastplate, and like some bracers and some boots. Actually, no boots on him, just his large fur feet. But mostly lower half naked, but it's mostly fur in the area, so.
Shirt cocking.
Armor cocking. Technically.
And he just hid the medallion in his own Robert Guccione massive chest
Yes.
hair? Okay.
Who are you praying to?
To the light.
Who?
The light.
The light.
The light?
The light.
It stands up and begins to wade out into the water. Is swimming and fighting the stream.
Go nuts.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna
Unless Ford-
tag along. Ford, you want to do anything?
Not me.
I've got the rope. I'm holding one end of the rope if you're going to hold
Yeah,
the
go.
other.
Okay, I'll take the rope across.
Okay. Gluzo, surprisingly strong, and fights the current. Even though it moves along, he manages to still make his way across. Big armfuls of water, breaststroke style, begins to make it cross at an angle, and then eventually begin to stand up amongst the muck on the opposite end.
Let's tack him down if we can.
Yeah, is there anything to tie off the
Don't we have some what are they, spikes? What are they? Climbing spikes?
in the mud? I think it would come undone.
In the immediate vicinity, there's nothing to really tie it to. Like what few rocks are there are small enough to the point where they'll just be pulled out
Well, at
with
the very
anything.
least, we can have strong people hold the ropes on either side for now.
Maybe Gluzo can hold the
Okay.
rope on the other side.
I don't know how this works, but I'm gonna try to walk across the super fast moving current of water.
Okay, and you do. You run across, and as you do, it's like running sideways on the moving pathways in an airport. So like moving forward, but you're watching your entire perspective shift down that way, and it gets a bit bumpy at times as your feet hit where parts of the water is cresting and hitting stones, or white water starting to splash. So it's a little uneven, but it's an interesting sensation. But eventually you run across,
Hey, made it.
and Goose is on the other side, kind of like.
Uzo, do you mind holding this end of the rope so that my friends can join us?
Grabs the end of the rope and kind of just like wraps it around the forearm and holds it there.
All right, everyone, come across.
Good job, Not. And I'll use control water to part the river for 100 feet in a single direction, and just create a nice line of dry land at the other side.
All right. And you watch as the river parts and halts itself there, the flow of the river suspended for the time being, and you can now see the muddy walkway that is the base of the river. Dozens and dozens of smooth river stones clustered in the bottom, and you can see protruding roots of other leaves and bushes that were washed in and just sunk down and stuck in the muck. But it is traversable.
Are there any particularly attractive river stones down there?
There's a few, yeah.
I'm going to pick a couple up when I walk across.
Okay, you gather a couple of pretty river stones.
Yeah.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay,
That's
that's good. I'm going to start walking.
10 long minutes.
Keep going, everyone. I'm here in case this magic fails.
You guys all make your way across, and Gluzo sits there staring at you, Not looks at the rope and goes, "Do I have to keep holding on to this?"
No, it was just a backup, but our leader, Caleb, made sure that Ford controlled the water, so we're okay.
Caleb, to humor Not, has used the rope the whole
Thank
way,
you.
walking.
Thank you so much.
Very helpful.
Thank you.
Good,
But
good.
I also think I
That's
just want
being
to
safe.
poke my head in the river on one of the walls just to see what's happening on the other side of it.
Roll it. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
It's very, very cold water. It is murky, but not unpleasant.
Oh, wow.
You glance in and you think you catch a glimmer of what might have been some sort of fish swimming along with it, but there's so little light here amongst the darkened clouds and the storm above that you see it and then it's gone, and you're not even sure if your brain made it up.
That's great. All right, turn on.
Okay. You make your way across the river. Gluzo tosses the rope back to you. and just turns around and starts making the walk continuously. There's this unique balance between like wanting to help to survive and not be killed by you, and also seemingly really put out by anything you ask him to do.
This is a common refrain from anyone we've ever met.
Yeah, but usually you've earned it. This was right off the bat.
That's true.
I feel like we owe him a bag of food at least.
Could we give him some more? We'll give him a
Let's give
taste.
him one of the ration kits.
This is how you know that we are not going to kill you, because we would not be just dumping our food into you before we, we're not fattening you up for,
I feel like you really let that trail on.
Is he going to?
It's not like
We're gonna just let him go then.
Yeah,
He's gonna
yeah.
go.
For that
Okay.
few miles.
Well, I mean, how much further is
Be a good
Gordranus? How many days walk?
Gordranus from here, from Nesarius, is maybe at a pretty fast speed, about 2 weeks.
Yeah, no.
Are there any beasts of burden that we could rent?
Maybe in Nesarius.
Maybe we should make a stop.
Do you think if we go there, people are going to kill us right away?
That's a fair bet.
Said a city of beasts, didn't you?
Yes. Well, are you with the Empire?
No.
Mostly unaffiliated.
No. We're just hanging out. We like it here.
I mean, you'll probably be okay. You'll probably be okay. You'll probably be okay.
What about the tall woman?
You might be okay. Looks to Yasha, Bo, and Caduceus. We do have humans that do come through, but they're usually, well, they're pretty well connected with the dynasty.
We are totally going to the city now.
We could do some, some crafty disguises.
You can do the crafty disguise on yourself, right? Not.
I can, yes, but I won't need to.
Can I borrow your armor? Your glamour?
It'll change what you're
cover
wearing.
That's a start. You could make some of that
But doesn't it?
insect-like armor.
The glamour armor?
It can
Yeah.
change what it looks like. It looks like,
Just your
yes.
clothes.
Just the clothes.
Have you used it to put a hat on yourself? Could you make one of those insect-like helmets?
I have not tried
Or just
that.
any helmet, really.
We could. Nope. Caleb can disguise himself.
So can literally everybody else in our party.
No. I pulled out that ugly mask that I bought. You could put this on.
What's that? What is that?
It's
The
like
mask that I bought, remember?
It's like a war mask.
Yeah, it's like a metallic, like kind of angry, like monster scowl mask.
Hey,
Oh, this feels
will
weird.
that look like it fits in better?
I mean, maybe a little bit. I mean,
How would it
I'm
look?
going to be honest. We're in a wartime, so if they're not familiar with you, and you don't convince them, well,
But we're with
probably
you,
gonna
and
kill
you'll
you.
vouch for us,
Also,
right?
we don't all need to go into the city if we're just acquiring transport, right?
That's fair.
That's true. We could just send in a party.
How far off is your
you.
city, the city of beasts?
We could go part way into the night and maybe get there a little after halfway through the night. Otherwise, tomorrow morning.
That's not too long. I don't know if I like the idea of diverting just to get some creatures to ride, but that is not long at all.
I don't think it's too bad. We should do it.
So some of us go into town and try to get a wagon and some.
The rest will stay just outside.
Okay, but I'm just going to point out the fact that those other people that we talked to that were like definitely also not with the Empire, totally said that the best way to travel was on foot because if you were on any kind of animal, you would attract more attention.
That's fair.
Is that
So-
true? Is riding something bad news around here?
I mean, it'll just be easier to see us.
If you can go faster than what you're trying to avoid, you might be okay, but otherwise, you know, and kind of points back towards the direction of where the rock was.
Rock's pretty fast.
But the rocks don't usually come this close to the center of the valley.
That's true. That's true.
Talking about 2 weeks on foot, though. We're gonna be walking for
Let's get some horses.
At least we'll get into the city. If there aren't any horses or anything that makes sense, then we'll skip it. No carts, none of that shit.
Okay.
Yeah, lead on. We'll stop short. You don't need to walk us into your own city. Just get us close to the outskirts. That'll be good enough.
Do you have any money?
Yeah, I was about to ask that. What currency?
It's somewhat bartering, but gold is always useful. There
We
is
have-
trade that is done outside of Jorhas, and
We have lots of things.
We have gold. Mm-hmm.
gold, I think, is useful to the Kryn. So, could you help me with some gold?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'll flick him a gold.
A gold.
Yep.
A gold.
You get us there, might be more of that.
Okay.
I'll give him a gold as well. If you want a tattoo, I'll give you another.
Okay.
I'm going to shave, you know.
Oh, Yasha.
Yasha will shave.
Yeah.
Let's do this when we camp. You can, yeah, once we set the camp,
Okay.
you can.
All right.
Yeah.
Getting some serious Skyrim Jarl vibes from this bugbear.
Don't get this dialect too often outside of Skyrim these days. All right. So you guys, are you pressing to the night, or are you bedding down for the evening in the
We'll
field?
bet in the evening, but it depends on the terrain outside of the city. If it's more flat plains, then
It's all flat plains here, man.
yeah, we'll stop well shy of the city then.
Okay.
As soon as it's just barely visible, we'll stop out there.
Okay. So as nightfall hits and a few more hours pushing on, the weather, the exhaustion, it all starts to get to you, and you feel the need to bed down pretty soon without pushing yourself beyond a comfortable boundary. You begin to set up your space, and you can see Gluzo just kind of rakes a bit of the ground open and kind of creates like a small little sleeping convex hole to kind of curl
So
into.
cute.
But nevertheless, you bed down for the evening.
I feel like I should pop the dome around him so that when we stay up to watch, he's not going to run off in the middle of the
We
night.
are so trusting. Look at us. We meet friends wherever we go. We met a monster and made him our friend. We're good people.
Are you trying to convince us,
No,
or
I'm just
you?
saying we
Oh.
should just take a moment to realize people like us.
I'm proud of you. That helps. I'm proud of everybody.
We might have been kind of partially responsible for getting all the muckmen killed, but
Just
Oh, well, we kept
You know.
more of them from getting killed. I think is also important.
Yeah.
Jester, what do you need to complete this tattoo?
just him shaved. That is it. Where would you like a tattoo, sir?
Kind of looks around his body.
go for the neck.
Remember, you will be bald there for some time. Somewhere that the hair doesn't grow very thick would be good.
Just right under the ear.
And like points to the side of the chest. Under
Good, that's good. That's a trendy spot. It's good. Yeah. All
Can
right.
you first use your window opener to make a bit of leather?
My window opener.
A spell, you open all the windows.
Thaumaturgy?
Yeah.
I don't think I can shave him with thaumaturgy.
No. Leather. Shaving cream.
Oh, lather.
Lather.
And then Yasha will,
I don't think thaumaturgy will create lather either.
No?
No, it will just make the sound of lather coming out of a canister, but nothing actually will come out.
You cannot make a little bit of water with it?
No.
You are the transmuter.
I don't
Maybe
know
you could
everything
use
in the
this-
world.
I can make water.
Just work up like a foam. Just a little bit of like a. No,
Yasha just walks over and points the giant sword at the bugbear and is like, arm up.
Okay.
Performance. It's like a scalp removed. Flesh and hair.
A patchy job, but enough to maybe get a semi-decent, simple version of it. It's a simple tattoo, so.
It is a pretty simple
What are you
tattoo.
going to tattoo?
Captain Tusktooth.
She's got a thing.
I gotta make a trail wherever we go,
Like, but googly-eyed Captain Tusktooth?
obviously.
Okay.
All right. As you all prepare for the evening's rest, by the light of, I assume, probably a light spell or that same globe within the dome, you begin to slowly affix the next marker of Captain Tusktooth against the torso of this lone bugbear as he sits there and rubs on his whatever it is he has around his neck.
As I'm pretty close. Can I see what the symbol is as I'm
Make a
tattooing?
perception check.
It's a human finger.
18.
19. You get glimmers of it.
Whispers? Shit. Late in the night whispers? Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. May all your whispers be romantic and not about bugbears.
I'm gonna kill you.
She gasped!
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I'm gonna die.
We're all dying. This is a devil,
It's a traveler
devil
bugbear.
bear.
We're all gonna die.
Whoa. Okay. What? I'm not gonna say that loud. I'm tattooing him.
So, go ahead and make a, I'll say, given the circumstances, a general dexterity check.
Oh, it's for the tattoo.
13.
13. It's
Just not again.
it's not a very detailed tattoo. It is not the greatest canvas under the greatest circumstances. But you figure, for tattooing a bugbear in the middle of the Jorhassian fields in a rainstorm, it's not too bad.
I think it looks good.
Yeah. The rest of you look at it. It's passable. I mean,
Thank
Saw that.
you.
Matted hair and stuff
Yeah,
still
yeah,
left.
it's hard to work around it.
yeah, like it looks like gritty, basically, with all the brown hair around
Before
it.
I finish the tusks, can I go over and... Ford, can I look at your tusk?
What?
Can I look at your mouth?
No.
I just pull his lip down. Are they pointy or are they still filed?
No, they're doing their thing.
Are they like this?
They're starting to grow. Yeah.
I'm gonna do one of them a normal tusk and then the other tusk is like a little blunted tusk on this guy.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right. You guys bed down for the night in the middle of the cold fields here across the river, just at the cusp of visual sight of this city of beasts here in the fields of the wastes.
Wow.
Even from this distance, you can see it's not a small city. What glimmers of torchlight are combating the rainfall through the evening, it looks to be lively.
Oh.
And looks to be well lit. And that's where we'll leave tonight's episode.
Maybe we can spend a little time here, just a little. I don't know, faster than maybe say Dark Toe.
You don't want to piss off the whole city and leave the same
12
guy.
hours. In and exile.
2 hours later, and stay out.
Amazing Island
Yeah.
of Pirates. Never come back. Never see anything.
Always something allies. Always down.
Indeed.
Awesome.
Man.
Awesome stuff.
That was a thing.
Wow.
You guys are
Who
in.
knew that we would be friends with the bugbear in the middle of Jorhas today?
Cute. I love him.
Remember the last time that we befriended an evil
Yeah,
creature
yeah, I
and everything
do. I
went
do
really
remember
well?
that. Are
What's wrong?
bugbears evil?
What's around his neck?
I'm not gonna tell you right now.
She's not going to tell us right now. She's going to be worried.
Anyway,
Good game, Matt.
good game, guys. We'll pick this up next week with whatever this chaos is going to be, depending on what you do. But until then, thank you guys for those of you who are here with us tonight, spending your Valentine's Day with us.
Yeah.
There's no other place we'd rather spend it than with you guys. Sorry, microphone. I keep doing that. Yeah, we love you very much. We're excited to see you next week. And is it Thursday yet?
Yay!
Good night.